I think we good. Check, mic check, 1 2. Everything sound good. Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another live gaming news show. It is I, your host, Gifted Gamer 204, back at it again with another banger, man. Now, shout outs to everybody out there. Salute to my brother Mask in the building. I appreciate you, my brother. What's going on with you, man? Hope everything is good with you and your family, my brother. Facts. Real quick. It is Memorial Day, so shout outs to all the veterans out there, man. You know, those who are brave enough to be in the military, right? And you know, keep this country safe. I think this is a huge day, and it should be a very important day in this country, right? I feel like over the years, this day has become a little bit more and more popular as the years go by. Like I remember, like before, like back in the day, I never saw Memorial Day being celebrated the way we're seeing it in today's world. You know what I'm saying? So that's a huge plus. So you know, I commend America for that. I commend the government for you know, bringing more attention to this day, right? So shout outs to all the vets out there. You know, they allow us to do things like this, you know, live freely in this country, and knowing that that we have some of the best military any country has to offer. And as far as I'm concerned, we actually have the best military any country has to offer, right? So huge shout outs to them. And thank y'all for being the brave people that you are. All right. It's crazy because I was gonna be in the military one time, and so I had signed up for the army and all that, and they took me. I went, signed up. I brought in the paperwork that I needed. Then I had to go and take the exam. So they drove us. It was like me and like two other people. They drove us to the facility where they was at. It was a huge facility, bro. When I tell you, know me, I'm in New York. I'm from New York, right? Because I'm going up in there with my hat, with my fitted, you know. And this was way back. I was like, how old was I? I think I was like 18 years old or something like that. So you already know. Back in the day. I go up in there. My fitted, you know, back in the day swag. They open the door. They're like, yo, in here. Boom. There was like 4 military people right there waiting for us at the door. Everybody line up right now. I was like, whoa. I was like, what the hell's going on in here? Yo, we had to line up so fast, bro. I never seen a group of people line up so fast in my life. Not even in school. You know, in school, the teachers be telling you, all right, form 2 lines. Everybody be taking their time. Like, yeah, whatever. Yo, this was crazy. Yo, Lunchi, what it do, my brother? Appreciate you pulling up, bro. Man, I'm telling you, everybody lined up so fast. They were like, yo, take off that hat. Bro, I looked to my right. I looked to my left. I'm like, who the hell these people? Who are you talking to? He was like, yeah, I'm talking to you. And he pointed at me. I said, oh, I had to take that hat off real quick. They play no games, bro. But yeah. I took the exam. I passed, right? I passed the exam. Cause we took it when we got back to the recruitment center where I was at. They were like, oh, okay. I was the only one that passed out of all the people that went. It was like 3 or 4 of us. And I was the only one that passed the exam. So they were like, yo, congrats. Like, you was the only one that passed. This, that, and the third. I was like, oh, snap. That's crazy. And they went. And then they looked up my record. And then they was like, oh, you got a GED. I was like, yeah, I got my GED. And she was like, damn. So the score that you got, you passed. But the way they do it is, if you got your GED, you need a higher score or you need some college credits. So it's either you get the score or you have I believe it was like 12 college credits or 15 if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. But it was some college credits or the score that you needed to pass. The score that I got, which was a passing score, was only if I had graduated from high school. So if I would have gotten my diploma from high school and things like that. If that was the case, I would have been in the Army. But since I had my GED, it required me to have a much higher score or a like 15 or 12 college credits, I believe. So that's why I didn't get into the Army. But if I had my high school diploma, I would have been in the Army. And who knows where I would have been at right now. So that's a crazy story, yo. Like it's crazy, bro. You know? But shout outs to them, man. It's crazy, bro. And listen, man. God only knows because, bro, when the way they was talking up in there, the way they was telling me, like, yo, stand in line, take your hat off. Like, I don't have people talking to me like that. I didn't come from a background like that. Like, on some military, like, take your hat off. Like, demanding me to do stuff is whatever I say go. I don't know. I don't think I would have lasted in there. I don't think I would have lasted in there. I'm telling you. And if you get the dishonor charge or things like that, that all that goes in your record. Like, you don't want none of that on under your name. So it wasn't gonna go good. It was not gonna go good. So it's crazy how God works. Cause I'm telling you, I would have been arguing. I would have been talking back. I would be, yo, who you talking to? Like, bro, they would have kicked me out of the Army, and then I would have been on my record. So yeah, man, it's crazy. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Yo, Michael, what it do, my brother? Yeah, I didn't know whether to come live or not today. I'm not gonna speak about a lot today. I'm not really gonna speak on a lot of subjects today. Like, I'm literally only gonna do like one or two things, and then I'll probably after that I'll do like some rapid fire news and things like that. All right. And also I want to take a listen also to a video here. And I want to go over it. I want to see what these people have to say, and we could chime in on the conversation. All right. So it's only a couple topics really. I really just want to get to the video and try to break it down. But yeah, man, we're gonna give it a couple minutes, then we're gonna start it. Let me know everything sounds good. Everything is looking good too, man. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Yo, Mike, what it do, my brother? Where marathon at? I don't know, bro. I don't know, my brother. You understand? It's crazy work out here. We're gonna give it a couple more minutes and we're gonna start it, all right? But yeah, that was my little quick Army story I had for y'all. Crazy. Oh man. Out of control, man. We're gonna give it a couple minutes, man. All right? Like 2 more minutes and we're gonna start it. 2 more minutes. I was just planning on doing like gameplay today. I was like, whatever. Let me see what's up. Let me see what's going on out here. You know? Hopefully everybody's enjoying their Memorial Day 3-day weekend, man. You know? Facts. Let me see here. We are gonna speak on The Last of Us, the last episode. So when we get to that portion, if you haven't seen it yet, it's gonna be spoilers. So, you already know. I'm just giving you a heads up, just in case you haven't seen it yet. You know, we are gonna speak on the last episode. GTA size is crazy. let's see. I'm waiting for more concrete information when it comes to that. I'm waiting for more concrete information. I don't really want to start like, thinking too much about it. But yeah, if it is true, it's crazy. It is crazy if it is true. Absolutely. But yeah, let's get to it. All right. Like I said, it's not gonna be nothing crazy today. I hope not. But let's get to it. Shout outs to everybody in the building, man. Thank you for the members of the channel, man. I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all smash the like buttons. Y'all come on in, subscribe to the channel, share out the stream. We offer memberships. That link is pinned at the top of the chat. And if you just do happen to catch it later, it's also pinned in the description below as well. Shout outs to those people over on Twitch, man. I appreciate y'all over there, man. I've been when we doing gameplay, that's when we getting the new followers over there on Twitch, man. So I appreciate it. Y'all make sure I smash the like button and let's get into it, all right? So real quick, we're gonna speak on this. We're gonna go over to the GamePost.com because this is the latest news that came out of this thing here. And here we are. You understand what I'm saying? Let's get into it. You understand? Here we go. And listen. Y'all know I love Sony, right? Y'all know I love PlayStation. To me, PlayStation is the best. When it comes to everything, like in video games and things like that. So, but they gotta take this L. I'm sorry. They just gotta take the L, bro. Like, what's happening in recent memory right now, like, bro, they gotta take this L. Because I'm not liking that they are not coming out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm going to show that a little bit later, Lunchi. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I saw it. I'm going to show it off a little bit later. So, let's get into this right here. So, this is the report that Marathon delay is likely as Sony cancels all paid marketing plans. This is unbelievable. Now, remember, before the live stream, remember we was going on to all the PlayStation, their Twitter, the official PlayStation Twitter, the official PlayStation YouTube channel, even I believe was on their website. Remember, they had all those Marathon billboards. After all the reception, after everything that's been going on, apparently Sony is not backing this game anymore. This is crazy, bro. So, Bungie's Marathon is likely to be delayed as a new report claims Sony has now canceled all paid marketing plans. Bungie's upcoming shooter Marathon just can't seem to catch a break. What started as a highly anticipated closed alpha test has hit the roadblock after roadblock, leaving fans wondering if the game will actually see the light of day this year. First, the studio was rocked by an art theft scandal when it was revealed that some of Marathon's promotional material and in-game art were directly copied from an indie artist's work, Anti-Real. Bungie quickly apologized and promised to review all assets, but the damage was already done. Exactly. Following the whole art theft controversy, several reports have now painted a pretty troubling picture of what's happening behind the scenes at Bungie. Multiple sources say morale among the developers is in free fall, with many team members feeling frustrated by leadership decisions and overall direction of the project. Some have even gone as far as calling Marathon's leadership toxic and humiliating to work with, saying that warnings about focusing only on PvP were brought up early on, but were completely ignored by the higher ups. This is unbelievable, bro. On top of that, another report claimed that after the mixed reaction of the closed alpha, Bungie pushed back its marketing and pre-order plans that were supposed to go live in June. And the big open beta was replaced with public play tests. Now we get to the whole Sony canceling marketing. Here it is. So now, a new report claims that Sony has canceled all paid marketing plans for Marathon. This information comes from Colin Moriarty, who shared the news in the latest paywalled episode of the Sacred Symbols Plus podcast. Shout out to Colin Moriarty. He's been doing phenomenal interviews. You know, with Sean Layden, with Shuhei, bro. I feel like his podcast been like we got a lot of information out of him. So shout outs to him. This reportedly came from someone familiar in marketing efforts in an overseas market and is considered a fairly unusual move for a game of this high profile. Another quote: I was told by someone familiar with marketing plans in a key overseas market that there are now no plans to do paid marketing for Marathon at all, Moriarty said during the podcast. Also, quote, I don't know if those plans were affected by what has recently happened or if that was always the plan or whatever, but it is considered a fairly unusual move for a game of this high profile. With everything going on, the art plagiarism controversy, mixed to negative feedback from the closed alpha, and now no paid marketing plans from Sony, it's hard not to see a delay on the horizon. Pushing forward with the planned September 23rd launch could honestly make things even worse for Bungie and Marathon. To conclude here, that said, none of this has officially been confirmed, so these reports come from insider sources. And as always, it's smart to take things with a grain of salt. So far, neither Bungie nor Sony has made any public statement about delaying Marathon or their plans for the game's release. What's your take? All right, so that's the article for that. Like he's saying, right? Yeah, this is all rumors or whatever. It's not confirmed, but that's my issue right there. That's my issue. Like, bro, everything's been going on. Where you at, Sony? In the latest episode of Where You At, Sony, okay, I'm gonna have to start making this a weekly segment of my damn show. In this week's episode of Where You At, Sony, okay, here's the latest rumor to come out. You are now being said that you are not paying for this marketing of Marathon. Where you at? Is this true or is this not true? What's going on? I'm telling you, this is starting to bother me, bro. It's already bothering me. Don't forget the fact it's starting. They're already pissing me off. Ideas been brought up to Bungie about certain game modes within the game and things like that. They ignored everything that we spoke about when it comes to this game, when it comes to Bungie, everything we've been talking about, right? To now Sony, because I know they seen what's going on, and this is one of the things that is pissing me off. I know that they have seen what's been going on. They're not blind to this. Okay, they're not looking the other way and not paying attention to what's going on. They know what's going on. Nobody could sit here and tell me, oh, maybe Sony doesn't know. No, they know. They know. They spent $3.6 billion on this company. They know what's going on. So the fact that we got Colin over here, breaking news over here, talking about marketing plans and all that, it's the one that's coming out letting us know what's going on. It's sad, bro. Like, bro, it's sad. Like, I'm going to take this because so far, Colin has showed, and that Sacred Symbol podcast, they have showed that, you know, they're not here for the BS. They're not here to spread false rumors just so we could talk about it and we could say, oh, we heard it on Sacred Symbols first. Like, no. He's not going to put that out there for no reason. He got sources. So they letting him know what's going on. So Sony is definitely aware of the situation. Where you at, though? That's my question. Where you at, Sony? This is crazy right here, bro. Now they talking about delays. What is a delay going to do for this game? Because in my eyes, a delay is going to do absolutely nothing for this game. Absolutely nothing. What's it going to do? They can't do anything about it. Bro, if they delay the game because of the artwork, you know how much time that's going to take to rework the entire game? That artwork is basically the game. That's the soul of Marathon. It's the artwork. The artwork, the aesthetics, the music, that's the soul of the game. For them to go back and rework that, bro, you might as well delay it, but let us know it's coming out in the year 2028. Because it's going to take all the time. They're going to have to rework the entire game. So a delay is not going to do a damn thing unless they're doing something like that. You know? And then if they cancel the game, oh, if these people cancel the game, oh my goodness. They're not going to hear the end of it. Sony is definitely going to have to come out and talk. They're not going to hear the end of it, bro. Everybody going to come out and speak in their piece. You better believe that. So they better not be thinking about canceling this game. They might as well put it out and see where the game goes. But then again, how can they put it out? This is the thing that I'm having a difficult time trying to piece together. Because I know they cannot cancel this project, bro. They can't cancel it. With a name like Bungie behind it, all the money they spend on this company, they can't cancel it, bro. So if they can't do that, if they delay the game, what are you delaying the game for? For what? To rework all the artwork that you stole? You know how much time that's gonna take? So this is where I'm in the mid. I'm like, yo, I don't know what Sony's gonna do at this point. I just don't see. I don't know. Because if they put out the game September 23rd, that's not enough time for them to go back to the lab and change the artwork of the game. So that means you're gonna come out with the game as is, the way we saw it on those alpha tests. And that's telling us that you completely ignored the plagiarism that was done. So it's like, where does that leave us? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know what Sony's going to do with these people, bro. I don't know what they're going to do with this game. I don't know. But they need to talk. This is why I'm getting so pissed off. Because they don't come out and they don't talk, bro. Like, what's going on over there? These people out here scrambling around for a damn showcase. The last thing I heard was that maybe Sony don't want to be doing showcases because it takes time away from their developers. And they got to be doing, put footage together to create a showcase. And that's taking time away from them working on the game. That's the last thing I heard about this, about coming out of Sony. Absolutely disgusting, bro. The hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? Y'all have hundreds and hundreds of developers, bro. You telling me you can't take a small group to create some sort of a trailer and speak a little bit about the game? At a showcase or something? Is that why you haven't been doing showcases? It makes no sense to me whatsoever. And I ain't buying that. If that's true, I'm not buying it. Sorry. Because What makes you so different from everybody else? Everybody else has showcases, has some sort of, you know, state of play or directs, developer directs, anything. Everything with Sony is always they working behind the scenes. They don't know what they're gonna do. It's either gonna be this or it's gonna be that. Oh, we're hearing that it's gonna be a state of, like, it's always something like we don't know. Sony don't know everybody else, they know. Everybody else seems to know what they're doing. Nintendo Direct, we already know. Boom, boom, boom. Nintendo Direct. Here you go. Xbox, we're doing live showcase. We're gonna do this, that. Here you go. Boom, boom, boom. Out. Let's move on with our lives. Next, all the third-party publishers, Capcom, everybody else, EA, everybody, Ubisoft, everybody knows what they're doing. Here. This is what we're gonna do. It's going to be 45 minutes. Boom, boom, here. Here you go. When it comes to Sony, it's being reported that they're backstage and they don't know what to do. They don't know if it's going to be a showcase or a state of play. They don't know what to show you guys. Like, bro, it's always something, bro. It's always something. Some secrecy, like, happening all the time. Like, bro, where you at? How about you talk about Bungie? How about that? How about we do that? Let's talk about Bungie. Can you put out a statement at least? We would love a statement. We'll be fine with a statement. But you can't even do that. It's so simple for PlayStation and SIE to come out with a PR statement and just put it up on Twitter. Just put it up. We've acknowledged that what's going on. We became aware of the situation with Bungie. We're forming an investigation. Blah blah. Anything, bro. No, nothing. We're busy behind the scenes, whether to do a state of play or showcase, because we don't know. You got to hold this L. I'm sorry. You got to hold it. You got to hold it until you come out and open your damn mouth and start talking. We don't know what's going on, bro. All these canceled games. The latest one doesn't feel good to play, and they're talking about fair games. And here we are. Let me go into this article. If it wasn't already abundantly clear, PlayStation's push into the live service market isn't ending anytime soon. Even after the shutdown of Concord, the cancellation of The Last of Us Factions 2, or even the cancellation of a God of War live service title, among other movements, Sony is still pursuing its proverbial golden goose. Beyond Bungie's marathon, Sony also has Fair Games, a competitive heist game that has initially unveiled in 2023, though has not seen an update since. Apparently, the game too is in dire straits. Okay, as first shared on Blue Sky, according to Colin Moriarty, an ex-IGN editor turned podcaster, Fair Games. So shout outs to Colin again. Once again, comes out and says that Fair Games doesn't feel good to play and it's super clunky. Okay, and this is the Blue Sky tweet here. And it's, so he says, this is the official tweet. Fair Games from the PlayStation Haven Games apparently doesn't feel good to play, and it's super clunky in its current geese. According to PlayStation podcast Sacred Symbols, the game recently had a pre-alpha under codename Project Hearts, but the feedback has not been good. That bit of information comes from a recent episode of his Sacred Symbols PlayStation podcast, where he has also shared that the game underwent a pre-alpha under the codename Project Hearts, but the feedback wasn't particularly good. The game, which is being developed by Haven Studios, was reportedly pushed into 2026, according to insider Jeff Grubb. Before that bit of information, a survey was sent to PlayStation gamers asking about the kinds of games they play, as well as for their thoughts on the reveal trailer. Most recently, it was reported, that Jade Raymond, who helped found Haven, had exited the studio after a playtest wasn't received particularly well. That bit of information added additional fuel to an already beleaguered title. Today's news just keeps that fire going. Ultimately, only time will tell if Fair Game sees the light of day or if it joins Sony's other failed pursuits. And that's that article right there. So shout out to Colin. Okay. This is another one right here. Add another one to the list. I don't understand how even a game like this could be super clunky and not feel good to play, and everything else that they might have experienced during that little play test that they had. A game so simple. This is so simple. Bro, you're actually doing a payday game. That's all it is. It's payday. With PlayStation's what you call it? Flair to it. That's what it is. It's payday. It's one of those games. It's payday, or it's that game that's called, I don't know if y'all played a game, it's called Hood. The game is called Hood. It's on PlayStation Plus, I think. I'm not sure. But it's that. If you haven't played Payday or Hood, go play them. And once you do, think about Fair Games. That's what they were trying to do. And you can't make a game like that simple. I don't understand what's going on, bro. I gave these people all the credit in the world. I said, yo, let's wait. You know, she's well known in the industry. You know, it's Jade Raymond. She got a resume, even though she hasn't done stuff recently, but she got a resume. She know what she's doing. She been around the block. She know what's going on. Let's give them a break. Let's see. Maybe they come out with something special. Like, I was all in for it. If y'all been with me, you already know. I said, yo, let's wait. Let's pump the brakes. Let's see. Also, with Marathon, I said, yo, pump the brakes. This is Bungie we talking about. They got a resume. They got a game that's been out here for damn near 10 years already. So we got to give them a shot, a fair shot. Let's wait and see until they show us what they got. I've been on here saying that. I've been on here giving these people praises. So, and I've given them a fair shot. I've backed them up when they've canceled all those live service games with Santa Monica and Blue Point. I backed them the whole time because that's what people wanted, right? You want them to cancel all these live service games, and that's what they're doing. But then people were complaining that they were doing that. And it's like, bro, what do you want? Didn't you say you wanted them to cancel these live service games? So what are you talking about? What are you getting so worked up for? That's exactly what they're doing. They're going back and they're looking, cancel that, and that. We don't want none of that. They're doing what you're asking them to do. And then people was out here getting mad. So I was backing them throughout that whole time. Those of y'all who was with me throughout this entire time, y'all know what I'm talking about. I've been backing them for almost everything. Let y'all pump the brakes. These last 4 years that we've gotten from PlayStation, unbelievable. I praised them for that. I showed up for them for these last 4 years. I've shown up. So can't nobody tell me nothing. You want to rock with me or not? You can't tell me nothing because I've been there. So I backed them throughout these whole thing, all these things happening. And now look at where we are. Now we need to look, because the past is the past. Now we need to look ahead. Okay? We need to look forward. Okay? What's being done from here to the year 2029 or 2028? What's being done? What's going on? We don't know. And I keep forgetting. 2023 was a dry year over at SIE, in case you don't remember. 2023 was a dry year. They came out with Spider-Man 2, and that was it. In case you didn't remember. One game. And of course, who was it from? The one that I be praising all the time. Insomniac. The one who's been putting Sony PlayStation on their back. Insomniac. Who's been goated this generation so far for PlayStation. Right now, they are the GOATs right now over there at SIE. If it wasn't for Insomniac, I don't know where PlayStation will be at this generation. Insomniac put them on their back. "2023 was a dry year. One game came out. One. And that's not including Final Fantasy 16, because that's not a first-party studio for PlayStation. So that's not including Final Fantasy. One game, 2023. One. Okay, one. Comes the following year, 2024. What happened last year? I praised them for that. But I didn't even pay attention to the year before, which was 2023, where they came out with one game. So let's take that one game, right? Maybe it was an off year for them, 2023. They're going to come back strong 2024. Okay, it's one game. Whatever. 2024 comes. Rise of the Ronin, right? That's not a first-party studio. Stellar Blade, that's not a first-party studio. Arrowhead with Helldivers, that's not a first-party studio. Okay? What else we got? What we got? I'm having a brain fart right now. 2024. Astrobot, first-party studio. Okay, that's one. First-party studio. Who else came out 2024? Hold on. But I want to be sure. Wait. Because I want to be sure. Why is it not showing it here? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That's not a first party studio. The Last of Us Part 2 remastered. That's a remaster. Right? And I think that was it. And I think that was it. So, Astrobot, Spider-Man 2, PlayStation First Party Studios. Okay? I want them to show me this list though, like, hold on. I don't know why this is giving me a hard time, bro. I think I'm right. I think that was it. I don't know why this is giving me a hard time right now. Let me see. Let's go down here. Yeah, I think I'm right. Oh, Concord. Okay, Concord. Which was, what you call it? Why is this like this? Concord, which was, you already know, the biggest flop in video game history. So we've gotten Concord, Astrobot, Spider-Man 2. Come into 2025. What we got coming 2025? Ghost of Yotei. It was supposed to be Marathon as well. Marathon is going to end up being delayed. All that nonsense that we got going on with Marathon. I'm just letting you know what's going on. Okay? Pay attention. So from 2023, 2024, 2025. That's 3 years. 3. Spider-Man, Concord, Astrobot. Now you tell me. This year, Ghost of Yotei. They're already talking about PlayStation 6 is coming out in the year 2027. That's the latest rumor. And it seems to be the rumor that everybody seems to be, going with. So we've gotten nothing from all these developers out of SIE. Think about that. Because maybe our memories, all we thinking about is all the games that they've published and this, that, and the third. And I backed them for that for last year, 2024. Because I said, you know what? At least they bringing us games to hold us down until they get their studios together. So they brought us all these incredible games. Right? I said, yeah, at least they're holding us down. Without forgetting what happened the previous year. We only had Spider-Man. I never stopped to actually think about it. We only had Spider-Man, bro. Now next year, we only got Astrobot. Now next year, we only got Ghost of Yotei. What's going to be next year? Because we're already hearing reports that Intergalactic ain't going to be coming out until 2027. So what we got next year? Saros. And what else after that? What we got after Saros? That's what I'm telling you. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Everything that's going on with this company, bro. Like, where you at? Like, bro, where you at, bro? This is unbelievable. Like, the amount of money that they have spent this generation, bro, have been unbelievable, bro. They have wasted so much money. It's incredible, bro. Well, okay. Bro, look at this. Concord, Marathon, all those Destruction All Stars, all these games. This costs money, bro. This costs money. This ain't free. This is not free. And like I keep telling y'all, PlayStation don't have Big Daddy Satya behind them and Microsoft to hold them down. So, yes, they gained all this money with the latest reports, but how much money have they spent? So, are they actually, gaining? Or are they coming up, fairly close to coming in even as far as the profits and all that? I know math genius, I don't know. I'm just letting you know from the reports that all these games have cost, such as Concord. They're talking about 200 million. So you think about it. That's a lot of money when you start bringing up all these games and put them together and see how much money has been spent throughout all these games that they've canceled. Even the ones with the God of War and the Blue Point and all that. So you think about it, how much money they've been spending. It's a lot of money. So I just need you to keep that in mind. Spider-Man, Astrobot, Ghost of Yotei. 3 consecutive years. We've only gotten one game out of all these developers from 2023. And if it wasn't for Insomniac, I keep telling you, I don't know where we will be in this generation of PlayStation if it wasn't for Insomniac. Where you at? Sony, where you at? It's game time, bro. This is why I keep getting pissed. Because when I start hearing rumors, they don't know whether to do a showcase or a state of play. That's why I'm like, bro, what the hell? What are you even talking about, bro? Why is this even a question? We need a damn showcase. What are you talking about? Who in their right mind is going crazy about whether to do a state of play or showcase? Who? Because those people need to be fired immediately. What are you talking about? I'm like, yo, what are you talking about, bro? We need a showcase. Oh, yeah, now. Now we need a showcase. Right now. Who do these people hire, bro? Unbelievable. I keep saying, man. Wolverine and Intergalactic, that ain't coming next year. And if it does, they need to show it to us. Because we haven't heard nothing. Where's Sony at? We've gotten Spider-Man, Astrobot, Ghost of Yotei. Where's Sony at? Canceled, canceled, canceled. On the brinks of being canceled. Canceled, canceled, canceled. That's what we getting. Canceled. Where you at, bro? Like, bro, you need to put your foot on the gas. And that showcase needs to be out of this world, bro. You need to come out with a damn bomb. You need to drop a bomb when that showcase drop. Stop wasting your time with all these third-party games that y'all be showing, giving them all the shine, and focus on your first-party titles when you come out with this showcase. That I do believe is gonna be this year in September when the showcase comes out. So stop wasting time. Get on here. Put your foot on the gas and let everybody know what's coming out from 2026 and beyond. Because 2025, you can already book it. Ghost of Yote. Book it. Unless they do some sort of September showcase and they got a game coming out in November or something like that. Which I don't believe that's going to happen. But book it. Ghost of Yote. Showcases in September. The year's almost over. Show us what we got 26 and beyond. Because what we got in the last 3 years have been one game. I keep saying they gotta break these studios down into teams, and they're gonna have to start coming out with games. Because these third-party publishers are the ones that continuously come out with games. Shout outs to Capcom. Look at Capcom. Capcom is out here putting in work. They're looking to expand. They dropping DLCs. You know, they dropping goldies out here. They dropping hit after hit. Where's Sony at, bro? Everybody's getting excited for Summer Game Fest. You know, everybody already knows the plan. What's going on. They got their dates booked already. You know, everybody's excited to see what they're going to be showing off. You know, sooner or later, we're going to start getting the dates for the Ubisoft and the Nintendo Directs and the EAs or whatever and all that. We're going to start getting our dates. We know that's coming. Where's Sony at? Why don't you get us excited, Sony? How you do that? They gotta be coming out here. They'll come out here tomorrow and say the showcase is on Wednesday. Oh, it's tomorrow. Like, damn. Like, bro, can you give us a damn warning? What you talking about tomorrow? Like, bro. This is, I'm telling you, bro. It's pissing me off, bro. It's crazy because I never even thought of it like that. It's like, bro, we've gotten one game a year, bro. The last 3 years. One. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about that one. Shout outs to my brother Phil Bosch in the building. I appreciate you pulling up, my brother. Yes, sir. Yeah, I know all that. Naughty Dog is working, but where they at? Where they at? Santa Monica is working. Where you at? It was already reported that sci-fi Santa Monica game has been in the works since 2018, 2019, whatever you want to. 2018, 2019, right? That's like 7 years already. Where you at? Where you at? You telling me you can't say nothing? 7 years? Where you at? You completely like evaporated from Earth. Where you at? You can't tell us no detail. Nothing. Nothing at all. Unbelievable. Listen, man. Everybody's excited with all the other companies. Sony's nowhere to be found. All these games being shut down. My brother Molly's in the building. Salute to you, my brother. Where's Sony at? Where they at? They better show us. They better have a showcase this year. They better. Oh yeah, oh yeah. They better have a showcase this year. Cause I'm gonna be on their necks if they don't have a showcase this year. I don't care. I don't care. Yo, we've been getting one game from their studios. One. I was like last year, give them a break because they trying to figure things out. That's why they gave us all these games like Hellblade, Helldivers, Last of the Ronin, Stellar Blade, and all these games, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and all these games. Without their first parties being there, I'm like, yo, they probably gearing up for 2025. Like you got 2025 comes, Ghost of Yote, Marathon already. Look how Marathon is going. Not remembering that the year before 2024 was the year 2023, and in the year 2023 we only got one game that year. So where everybody been at? That Cory Barlog game been in the works since 2018. Where you at? You can't show us a snippet or nothing. Like, you can't talk about it? Like, what? Joe, what you think? What you holding over there, bro? What are you holding? The secret code to success in life? What are you holding back there, bro? What? It's a damn video game. Like, let's keep it a buck. It's a video game. What do you think you're holding over there? The secret code to unlock the Earth's biggest secrets? No. It's a damn video game. 2018. Where you at? It's a video game. Show the damn game. Relax. Talk about it. The hell's going on over here? Neil Druckmann over there. I'm working on another on two. Yeah, what game you working on? What? What? You can't even say the name? You can't let us know? You can't get the fans excited? You can't do nothing? Oh, but I'm going to talk about that later. Later one. Here comes Housemarque. Dropped one of the best games this entire generation in Returnal. 2021. 2024 comes. 2025 comes. Excuse me. No. When the hell was that damn State of Play? I don't even remember. I'm confused. May? That was this year. Sorry. 2025 comes. 4 years later. Here's the newest game from Housemarque, Saros. Boom. Show us a little CGI trailer. Boom. Oh, and by the way, we got more coming this year. We're going to show you real gameplay. 4 years out. And they know they made one of the greatest games this whole generation. Can't nobody tell me nothing. 4 years out. Here they are once again being back up on the screen. Oh, we back. We doubled the size of the game, doubled the budget. This is what we're working on. See you later on this year. We're going to show you more. What's the problem? What's the problem? Cory Barlog been back there since 2018. Where you at? You think you holding back there, bro? Like, relax. Relax. What you think you holding? It's a video game. This dude's acting like he's holding the keys to success, bro. He's gonna let the world know how to become a millionaire. Guaranteed. Like, bro, relax. Unbelievable stuff happening over at SIE. These people better show us a damn showcase. I want to see no damn state of play. These people are out of control. Intergalactic is being they're saying now, and it's starting to make sense, that they ain't coming out to the year 2027. The rumor is that the PlayStation 6 is coming out 2027. Are they planning for that title to be a next generation title? I don't know. I'm just going by what the rumor says. That's all I can go by right now, because they're not coming out and talking. So that's all I could go by. 2027, it's lining up. Naughty Dog, SIE, they go hand in hand. We already know how SIE sees Naughty Dog. Could they be lining up that game to come out as a launch title for PlayStation 6? I don't know. Talking about the deepest gameplay I've ever written, yada yada, blah blah blah. Like, bro, you can't talk about it? You can't talk about it? Nothing? Anyways, Neil Druckmann is too busy up in here. This is what Neil Druckmann is at right here. Spending his quality time at. Right here. This is what he at. Naughty Dog is not going to reveal that second game yet because they don't want to overshadow Intergalactic. Okay, that's fine. Where's Intergalactic at? I'm telling you, all these people better be in this year's showcase. All of them. I need to see all of them on the table. What y'all got going? Where you at? Where you at? I need to see all of them in this year's showcase. I don't need to see 2 or 3. No. There's plenty of studios under the SIE umbrella. Where you at? I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about that one. We're going to move on to this right here, because I want to get to the video of where these people when these people talking about where video games and consoles might be at in a couple years. Right? So let me get through this real quick so we could get on with that video. Sony is, I don't know what's going on over there, but I keep telling y'all, a company is never satisfied. So when you see people out here, you know, like praising that they had a record numbers, and yes, granted, okay, celebrate, yes, Sony, yeah, celebrate. But that's that. That's already a thing of the past to them. They're already looking forward, ahead. They're already selling the consoles, like I told you. They are considered already the default console when it comes to video games, right? They're the default. It is what it is. And they've, what you call it? They work towards that. So they deserve that, to be the default console. Because, yes, it is the best console. Period. It is the best, especially the PS5 Pro. It is the best console, period. No questions asked. So now when people are getting into video games, they want a console, they're going to go directly to a PlayStation. Especially where like how PlayStation promotes and things like that, like the commercials and the IPs under their belts. All these games now coming to PlayStation. Why would you go and spend your money on another console when you could just buy a PlayStation? So yes, they are the default. They're gonna continue to sell consoles. They have full distribution now over at China. So they're gonna continue to sell consoles, right? So now, what did they say? We're shifting over to monthly active users. That's gonna be our priority now. Pay attention. Cause what you think could not happen could happen. And I'm talking about them going day and date on PC. It could happen. You know? And eventually, one day, it will happen. Because now they don't got to focus on a console no more. They got to start now focus on those monthly active users. They got to start, expanding. Reach a wider audience. They got to try to work towards that now. That's why I was saying a couple weeks back, remember? When I was like, what if they actually put the PSN into the PC and if you log into your PSN account, you start getting incentives and things like that, and all your trophies and everything crosses over, and it's like you're on your PlayStation but on the PC. They got the PlayStation launcher, and you good to go. It's just the same experience you're getting on the console. They're bringing it to you on the PC. We don't know. They could be thinking about all that, especially now that they're getting into China. So that's a huge market. So they could tell them, either way, you're not trying to get a console. We on PC. We got a launcher on PC. Just sign into your account, boom, and you win. They're no longer worried about selling consoles. They got that on lock. The console sales, it's on lock. Nobody's going to take that from them. They got to keep moving. They can't just stay right there. Stay right there for what? For what? Stay right there for what? You got to continue to move. What's next? What's the next plan? Let's try to go over there. Let's try to do that. Let's try to do something else. We got to keep going. We can't stay still. We got to try to get more money. Yeah, I seen that, Malik. I seen that. We need to see what they got coming from here to at least 2027. So we could have an idea of what to expect down the road. These games should be practically almost done. That Santa Monica game, Intergalactic, the only one I cuss slack to Insomniac because what they went through and how they've been carrying the generation. So I cut them slack. I'm like, yo, bro, it's all good in my eyes. It's all good. Look at Sucker Punch, bro. Ghost of Yote is already coming out this year, bro. This is what I'm talking about. Look at Sucker Punch. The game is already coming out. It's only been about what? 6 years? Since Tsushima? It's only been about 6 years. They're already coming out with the Yote. Like, what are we even talking about? Sucker Punch, Insomniac, Housemarque. Where everybody at? Where everybody at? We know where Neil Druckmann is at. He's right here. This is where he at right here. Giving us one of the worst seasons I've ever seen. This season was a complete wash. No rhythm to it. No momentum. Bad acting. And if you haven't watched it, I suggest you leave right now because these are spoilers. By the way. Sorry. But I gotta get to this. Okay. Starts off right here. It picks up basically after episode 5, they say here, right? Where we at? It picks up right with Jesse and Dina in the theater, where she removes the arrow from the leg, where he removes, excuse me. You know, everything that's going on in that scene. Short time later, Ellie arrives at the theater, following the confrontation that she had with Nora. You can see that she's a different person or whatever they're talking about here, but that's what happened next. She was distressed, crying, and shaking. The way she shows up, she always has this face right here. See this face right here? Let me move myself out the way. You see this face right here? This is the face that she keeps on having throughout the entire show. This one right here. Looking lost, confused, like she's daydreaming. Like, bro, what is this, bro? Like, what is that? We all know in the game when Ellie comes back after doing that to Nora, and doing what she did, with Owen and Mel, she was shook. The way she acted in that scene was crazy. Not in the series. Also, this was the best part, I should say, of yesterday's episode was what between Ellie and Jesse when they go to the bookshop. They proceed to go on and they land in the bookshop. They have a conversation. They get to know each other. That was actually the best part of the episode yesterday. They got to understand each other a little bit and things like that, right? And then it happens where they separate and they go their separate ways again, right? Then somehow he comes across what they put here to find Abby, and on her way comes across Seraphites as well as Mel and Owen. Okay, yeah. Which is a scene that we don't get in the game, and I don't know why it was in the show. Made an absolute no sense. A waste of the 5 minutes or whatever time they spent on it. It was a waste. Everything just felt rushed. And at the same time, everything feels too slow paced. At the same time, bro. That's why I keep saying it. Like, bro, the whole season, I'm like, bro, what are we even doing? They just keep wasting time on these episodes, like week after week after week. It's like, bro, we're not even getting nowhere. They seem to be focusing on the wrong things. And that's the thing about The Last of Us. The story is so big. There's so many things happening. For them to try to do all this in 7 episodes is not enough time. And mind you, each episode is not even an hour long. So it's not enough time to get all this in the show. Like, why aren't there 10 episodes? And or if there's 7, why aren't the episodes longer? That's how it should have been done. Instead, it feels rushed, and at times it feels like too slow that we're not even getting anywhere. If you're only 7 episodes and you got a story like The Last of Us does, like, you can't waste no time. You cannot waste any time. You gotta go for it. So that scene, I don't know why they put it in there. He was like, "Oh, this was something that I wanted to do in the original game, blah blah." But we decided to put in the show. For what? What was that for? We didn't got time to waste. Let's keep it moving. We continue on. Also, all right. Here it is. The story about the wolves. And like they mentioned here, I agree. Let me read you this little article, right? The confrontation with the Seraphites in the woods is a footnote on Ellie's way to the aquarium. Did it really need to be there? For Ellie's story, I really don't think it did. I appreciate there is the war between the wolf and the Seraphites ticking along in the background of this episode, but I have played the games. I know what the showrunners are building up with the wolf and the Seraphites in the background, but if someone doesn't know the source material already, I wonder if these moments, including the one between Isaac and Park at the wolf camp, may fall a little flat due to their lack of clear direction. Facts. This straight facts. This only makes sense. We only know who they are and things like that because we've played the game. We're familiar with the story. The majority of people watching this are not. Chances are they never played the game. So this whole wolf camp and things like that is like, what's their buildup? Like I said, you know why? Because everything seemed rushed. There's not enough time. There's not enough episodes. You try to rush everything into this series, focusing on the wrong things. You could have had time to build up the wolf camp, spend the episode on them and show whatever, boom, boom, boom. But no, you want to be spending your time on other things. And that's why this story with the wolf camp feels flat. Feels like we never got anywhere. It's because of that. They continue. Now we get to the confrontation between Ellie, Mel, and Owen. Okay? They changed this story right here. You see that she shoots Owen and somehow it gets through him and it kills Mel. That's not the way it is in the game, right? That's not the way it is. They try to put it accidentally she shot her or whatever. In the game, and this is why I haven't been liking Ellie this entire season, because she's like nothing what Ellie is in the game. Ellie is straight gangster in the game. Ellie in the show, it's like she don't know what she's doing. It's like I feel like in the show, it's like everybody's trying to come and, you know, like please Ellie, like hug her and take care of her and feel sorry for her. Like that's what it feels like to me. And Dina ends up being the strongest character in the show. She actually stole the show. Dina actually stole the show. Acting chops. She acts way better than Ellie. You know, she actually shows facial expressions. She lets it known how you could tell how she's feeling in the moment or whatever scene it is. You could see what she's trying to come across in the camera at that moment. So you could tell if she's mad, is she sad, is she shocked? You could tell. Dina's face, her actions, her facial expressions, they'll let you know. With Ellie, you don't know. It's always the same face. But anyways, they try to make it seem it was accidental. We all know how it happened in the game. Straight gangster. All right? Straight gangster. They didn't put how she dropped the map. So I need to know how Abby finds them. Okay? Because they need to clear that up. She didn't drop the map. So how did she know where Ellie was? They didn't show us that. Also, they talk about how she was, which this shows her acting chops. It says here that I wish Ellie had been stronger here. They're talking about once she noticed that she was pregnant and she went over to her and tried to comfort her or whatever. Ellie is clearly upset by the accident which led to Mel's death and is deeply affected at the realization that Mel is pregnant. Of course, it reflects Dina's pregnancy. And yet, when in her dying moments, Mel asks Ellie if her baby is okay, Ellie can't even muster a small lie to ease her passing. She just stays silent. Changes like making Mel's death accidental dilute the impact of The Last of Us Part 2 story. I feel the show made Ellie seem quite infantile here, when really by this moment in the game we are starting to see the real darkness of Ellie, which makes the player further question if her bloody quest for revenge is actually justifiable anymore. They absolutely right. This is what I'm be talking about. Yo, C Fresh, what it do, my brother? Facts. What's going on, bro? So, it's exactly that. You know why she stays silent? Like, and if you see Mel, the one who portrayed Mel in that scene, like she killed it, bro. She killed that little scene right there when she was about to die. Like, oh, I know how to do it. Just take it out. Like, almost believing like, oh, is the baby okay? Yeah, the baby's okay. Like speaking to herself. She's talking to herself, like slowly dying, and she's killing that role. And Ellie just there looking at her. What? Like I said here. Like, bro, try to ease her pain. All right? Try to ease her pain. You accidentally shot her. Right? So you're already feeling some type of way. She's dying. She's telling you to comfort her. Right? Take the baby out. Man, like, she's dying knowing that her baby's inside of her and the baby's about to die too. You can't try to comfort her. You can't do anything. You just there looking at her like, oh, but I don't know. And she stays silent. And then that was it. The same facial expression, everything. I'm disappointed in this season, bro. I'm sorry. I am disappointed in this season. I'm sorry. It's crazy, bro. That whole aquarium, that whole thing seemed rushed. She kills the dog, which is another huge thing that happens in the game. Where the dog at? It happened in the game. The dog plays a huge part. Doesn't play a huge part, but it's part of the story. Okay? That dog is very close to them. The dog don't even show up. And then they continue on to to end the to wrap up the show and things like that. Showing, you know, the cliffhanger at the end, right? Which again, we need to see if they, how did she find them? Because in the show, she didn't drop the map or anything. So how did you find them, right? But let's see here, right? Because yo, shout outs to my brother Michael West in the building. You understand what I'm saying? He came up in here dropping a 2-bomb. Appreciate that, bro. Where the dog at? I forgot. Exactly. Where's the dog? Where's the dog at, bro? Like, bro, this is The Last of Us. This is what we going through. We're in a world where there's no, like, people trying to make it. People trying to survive. Vengeance. Like, there's so much going on in this world. It's gritty. Yes. It's very dark. The surviving. Things like this happen. People ain't normal anymore. They didn't want to show that in the show. I understand, but I understand why they didn't do it. So we already know why they didn't do it. But then they come out with this, and then she comes out, and then in this part right here, it's like when she pops up, the show just feels better. Because you could automatically just tell right away that she's a better actor. And listen, I keep telling you, I'm not hating on nobody. I don't wish that anything happens or whatever. I'm just giving you what I feel. And that's what I feel. As soon as she popped up on the screen, automatically, you could kind of like sense it and feel it. She's a better actor. Her presence on the camera, you could just tell she's a better actor. But she needs to bulk up. I'm sorry. You taking away the essence of Abby. That's who Abby is, bro. You gotta bulk up. I need to understand how she's gonna go through this entire journey being this way without being the Abby from the game. I'm gonna find that very hard to believe, bro. Everything that she goes through without being who she is in the game. To be able to escape all of that and go through all that struggle that she goes through in that journey without her being somewhat bulked up. And I'm not calling. Yo, shout outs to Michael. Yo, I appreciate you, my brother. The clothes don't fit her. It's facts. It's facts. Like even here in this picture. Look at this. You know? So, I'm not calling for her to be bulked up like she's like The Rock or something. Like, no. But they need to at least get her to get like some cuts in her arm, like to show, like for her arms to show like some veins. Yo, Mike, I appreciate that, my brother. Let me drop a bomb for my brother Mike, man. You understand what I'm saying? Facts. You're gonna be smart, Abby? Exactly. That's exactly what she's gonna be. Smart Abby. You hit it. You hit the nail on the head. That's what they're gonna do. She's gonna outsmart everybody. They changing up the whole story. But regardless, season 3 is gonna be better than season 2. I already know. Because she's taking over now. It's gonna be her acting. And other people, you know, we're gonna have a set of new actors now. It's their turn. But she's gonna take the lead, and she's gonna carry the show, and she's gonna show her acting chops. So it's gonna feel somewhat better. But she needs to bulk up a little bit, or have some cuts on your shoulder, like with the arms, and a little bit, just to make it a little bit like believable, bro. And also, what another change that they've done in this season, right here in this shot right here with Mel and Owen was, right? Because I'm gonna take you over here, and this is what the actor of who plays Mel, this is her talking about it. They ask, what were you told about Mel going into the series? How much of her story from the games did you know ahead of time? This is what she said. Right before my audition, Craig was like, by the way, we're changing this pretty central piece of Mel, which changed everything about the scene I was about to do. So I had to, on the fly, switch it up. I don't know if that's something that's going to be revealed or if that's for me to know. I was just told that Mel is very different in the show than in the game. The beef between Mel and Abby is coming from a more personal place. The love triangle in the game is a great shorthand for building tension between characters when you don't have a lot of time. But on a show, you get more time. Their beef is not over a man. It's over their conflicting personalities. That was really fun to play. I was told her pacifist nature was naive, and while I can see that point, I disagree with it. It's brave to choose peace and love and understanding in scary times. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. So now you telling me, I keep telling you, man, these people pissing me off, bro. I keep telling you, these people pissing me off. So now we can't have these two women fighting over a man. That's what it is. That's what they didn't want to do. They didn't want to put two women on screen arguing over a man. Because you know it's coming. You know, once we start playing Abby's part of the game, we know what's going on. So now this is going to be completely different in season 3. This is going to be about personalities. That's why they're clashing. Personality. It's trash, bro. Like, bro, why not? That's part of the game, bro. Everything clicks. The story is so phenomenal in the game, bro. How they made it. Like, everything clicks. You could understand why it's happening and things like that. Even this little love triangle that they got going on. Bro, the world is completely shut. It's dead. You telling me that's not possible? That he could love Abby and love Mel and be falling for Abby, but he has Mel pregnant. Mel knows what's going on. There's nowhere to go. So she wants to keep her man. That's going to be the father of her child. But she knows that Owen is feeling Abby and is probably falling in love with her. Why that can't be part of the story? Why we got to be sitting up in here talking about personality clashing? What? It makes no sense. What that's telling me is they don't want to show two women on TV going after one man. They don't want to have that on screen. This is why I keep telling you that Neil Druckmann is starting to piss me off. Because he keeps running with the same click. He keeps trying to do the same things. He keeps a little circle around him. I told y'all that before. They ask her, in the video game, Owen is the father of Mel's baby. But in the series, it's ambiguous. Who is the father? So glad you asked that, because I wasn't sure if that came across. I am not supposed to talk about it. Laughs. That's a Craig question. That's a question I've asked Craig many times. So she don't even know. And it's not like if they changed the story completely, the game from the show. So that excuse, or they're trying to do something different for the show, I don't want to hear that. Because that's not accurate. What's been so drastic, a drastic change from the game into the show that we can say, oh, they completely changed the entire storyline of this game? They're taking out roots out of this game, and I know it's because it's on in a big screen. It's a show. It's a wider audience. I know why they did it. And it's sad, bro. It's sad. Like, bro, change the little things here and there. Like, I get it. Like I said before, I understand it's a show. They don't want it to go, you know, exactly how everything went in the game. So it's understandable. But bro, like, oh, who we kidding here, bro? I need to see what is gonna happen. What's gonna come out of this season 3, bro? Anyways, y'all let me know how y'all feel about that one. We are going. But real quick, to wrap up this season was straight trash. Straight trash. Season 3 is not, it can't get worse than this. So I'm pretty sure season 3 is gonna be much better than season 2. Season 1 was fire, but I told you, that's Pedro taking the lead. Okay? She was just being the supporting actor, which is what she's good at. The story of season 1 was fire. You know? Season 2, they dropped the ball so hard, bro. So this season, I did not like it. Season episode 6 and episode 2, which was the episode. And that episode was good because of, like, you know, that was the main thing of the whole game. So everybody was hyping it up, anticipating it, you know, how it was going to happen, things like that. And then the flashback episode, episode 6. That's it, bro. That's it. Her face, bro, go look at the episode again. She has the same face the entire episode. It's not believable to me. So this is a 2 episode out of 7. So we got 5 trash episodes and 2 good ones. Unbelievable. We're gonna move on, because I want to listen to this podcast by hold on. I want to listen to this podcast that is kind of funny games. Okay? So this is, I want to take a listen to this a little bit because they are talking about what will gaming be like in the next 10 years, 2035 edition, okay? Now, let's pay attention here, okay? Let's just listen to what they got to say, okay? Y'all make sure I smash that like button, man. Facts. Let's get into it. Let me see if this is good.
That's very bad.
But
it's real bad.
But keep in mind, I will be, raffling off 1 or 2 more winners for the 1-of-1 Andy Cortez Pokemon drawing, and we still got a couple more to go.
He's gonna keep
So
drawing.
if you have ever gifted 10 subs to this channel during the Pokemon streams, you're in the running.
Yo,
for it.
TJ, what it do,
We've
my
had
brother?
Multiple people gift a lot of subs.
Appreciate
they
you
have,
watching over
12
on Twitch,
chances
my
to
brother.
win. Get those chances.
Hope
up.
everything is
Get
good
your
with you,
name in
bro.
the
You can still do
basket
it.
Still do it.
Oh, wow. Okay. Are you going to draw the Halloween Pokemon? I like that one a lot.
Oh,
A little pumpkin Batman.
do
whatever.
a Halloween edition of one of the Pokemon.
No, is that
I mean, it's May. I don't know.
I made a big deal. Think Porygon I've been with forever. Online podcast, a Kind of Funny Games Cast limited series. Today we're brought to you by Subway Surfers and Fact
35. Like, that doesn't sound real. In the same way 2025 didn't sound real to us back in 2015.
100%. Yeah. Just stop there and think.
What?
Ben will be 13.
No.
Ben will be 13
Oh
years
my
old when this time
God.
capsule is opened in 10 years. That's
Man.
outrageous. That is outrageous.
Those are
I'll be
the
50 in 10
Wait.
years.
Oh, man, that's a big question.
You asked me 10 years ago, now I'm asking you 10
Yeah,
years ago.
I think that it will still be thriving. I feel like there's obviously a lot of
There'll be
tumultuous
bumps in the road.
situations, many bumps, many
Yeah.
big issues,
Yeah.
many big hits. It'll be very different than it looks like now in ways that I don't even think we can predict, in the same way that I don't think any of us could have predicted that Xbox would go essentially third party and just like how much different factors, live service games, like Game Pass, like there's so many things that are like, that's no way that could even possibly happen, and here
Sure.
we are now. So I think there'll be a lot of that type of stuff that you can't predict. But I do think, and this is going to be a theme of my predictions going forward, I think that Nintendo is going to continue to remain dominant.
Okay.
And I think that their level of domination is only going to increase.
I like that
So
a
I'll
lot.
stop there.
Especially on the eve of the Switch 2.
Yes.
What's hilarious is when we go back to watching and talking about 10 years ago, we kept talking about the NX.
The eve of the
we didn't
NX.
even know what the Switch 1 was yet. And so it's funny that here we are.
throw it up.
We were throwing it up.
Yeah.
right?
Throwing it up,
So
dude.
here we are 10 years later in a very similar spot, maybe a little bit behind when you look there, but here we are right on the precipice. Of course, if we are watching this in 10 years, remember the Switch 2 is coming out. Wow, yeah, exactly 2 weeks from today. Crazy.
Yep.
Michael, what
Yeah,
are your
Greg.
predictions, and what will the video game industry be like in 10 years?
Man, Greg, what a great question. You know, from the consumer side of things, I would like to say a lot of the same, right? I'd like to think that we're all still playing a lot of great video games and enjoying some of the games that we love. There's a piece of me that thinks that we'll see a rise and more of a push towards PC gaming, having that kind of vibe going on. I know I've had the conversations with Tim before of like, I think the kids, the next generation, really want PCs over the consoles. They want that freedom to have kind of more choice than just being locked into a console and those exclusive games. And we're seeing those also kind of go by the wayside. There's also a piece of me, Andy, that likes to think that maybe we are direct streaming to the TVs and not having a console anymore by the side. I think that's kind of farther in the future, but we can see we are going that direction, similar to how Netflix is now just as easy as a press of a button on your television, no matter what monitor screen you have. I'd like to think that one day we're going to be close enough to you pick up a controller and it doesn't matter what app from Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, you click it and there's no more hardware under your TV. But that's the 10 years I look at. More PC gaming for the kids, and then my far distant, this I'd like to see, just the TV being your gaming apparatus.
I want to dig into that later. But Andy, for you, top level, where would
What
you be in
y'all
10 years?
think?
What's the industry look like?
I think back to when I first got hired at Kind of Funny, and
You're welcome.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. About 2017 or 2018 was the first time I was playing. I think it was maybe Google Stadia at the time.
Oh, yeah.
And to think about where Google Stadia was in 2018, a cloud gaming platform, way ahead of its time, obviously. And to see the differences in, like, and I would say back then I had way less of a leash for bullshit. Or no, I had way more of a leash for bullshit. Because now I'm like, give me 240 hertz, give me all the bullshit, right? But this is back in the day when I wasn't PC gaming. I didn't need the over 60 frames per second. But on Stadia back in the day going, man, this is just not where it needs to be. And then fast forward to 2025 and feeling how awesome it is to play a game on NVIDIA, what's their
GeForce Now.
GeForce Now. GeForce Now and you know, your mileage may vary with the internet and stuff like that, but I'm still kind of blown away by how much better the experience has gotten. I think Mike makes a great point that I think with a click of the button on your TV, think of how good NVIDIA GeForce Now is right now, and just multiply that by 10 for the next 10 years. I think we'll see a huge push there, and there will be such smaller differences in. I think we'll see the big companies going less and less for the tech innovations because you can only push so many pixels, and you can only try to sell people on 16K TVs or whatever the hell we'll be talking about in the future. I think we'll see a bit smaller, big, massive budget games going into like what we think of AA now, but I think those will kind of take over and become more of the norm. But I also think of a chart that I saw on Twitter the other day, May 18th. Fortnite had 2.5 million peak players daily. Steam, as a whole platform, people gaming on Steam, 11.8 million. Roblox, 16.3. I think the fucking federal government comes in and tries to, when I think of how monopolies operate, I think something will happen where Roblox has to hey.
This is what Sony is looking at. You see what I'm saying? Look at the numbers, bro, of these people playing these games. Bro, Roblox, 16 million concurrent players, bro. All these numbers that they're mentioning. The one that was spoke before him, right? Seeing PC gaming becoming more and more popular and things like that. Kids growing up wanting to actually game on PC so they could have that freedom. It's different, bro. Like in the future, we talking about. Not the next 10 years. But the next 10 years, this is of course the PS6 is gonna be out, but this is what I'm saying. This is what I was saying before. Like, bro, after the PS6, okay, that's 2030 to 2040. PS7 is the year 2040. Like, where we think we're gonna be at. And then the PS8 is 2050. Where we gonna be at? We still gonna be buying up consoles? It's like they saying, like what I was mentioning to y'all a couple weeks ago when I told y'all that hip hop was playing the GeForce Black Ops on a Samsung TV at a Samsung event with the GeForce Now playing Black Ops, no input lag, no lag whatsoever, getting headshots in Black Ops. Like, that's where they heading. And like he mentioned Google Stadia. Google Stadia was ahead of its time. So imagine that. Think about how good all that cloud gaming is going to be 10 years from today. And then 20 years from today. And like I said, it's going to be around. Because PC is it's essential. Like, you need a PC for everything. When you're in the technology world. You need a PC. When you work from home, whatever it is, PCs ain't going nowhere. But it's going to get to a point, like I've been saying. Where are the consoles going to peak at, and where is it going to be enough? Because the prices are just going to keep on going up and keep on going up. Generation after generation. The technology, why? Because the technology is just going to keep on getting better.
We got to figure something out. This can't be happening the way it is right now. I think
we gotta regulate.
Yeah, like I really think something will happen with Roblox, with how dominant it is. You've never seen a fucking Roblox commercial in your life. Like, you've never seen Roblox pop up on a TV or anything like that. Sure. It's just word of mouth. It's kids. It's every kid wanting to be on that platform. And I see Roblox continuing their dominance until something happens where people are like, oh shit, this was way more crooked than we thought. We really have to step in. But I was really blown away by 11.8 people on Steam, 16.3 only on Roblox. That's
crazy.
Fucking insane.
Crazy. Yeah, I think this is an interesting one, Andy. And I like where you're at. I think, one of the conversations, or the conversation that I started on the thing 10 years ago was the idea that gaming will be prettier. But like, I think we are at such a point now where it's like, what does that mean? And then I think we're seeing so many, not concessions, but people step to the side already, right? Where we're talking about Switch 2 and what it can do, right? And Cyberpunk is going to be great on there. It'll be good enough, right? PC handhelds and how much I love them. The gaming there is good enough. It's not by any stretch of the imagination the Razer Blade 16, all the megahertz and yada yada, but it's what I want out of convenience. And so as we hear right now in our life, the rumors of not only Xbox working with ROG on and a handheld that we assume is going to be announced probably soon, probably SGF. Then also the rumor, or not even rumors, they've said that they're working on a handheld, right, for the line. The rumors of PlayStation doing a handheld that somewhere be coming up and be whatever and be competent and yada. Like, I wonder what that race becomes of. Are we looking at a future where, it is the Xbox Series, whatever, the PlayStation 6, they are the pinnacle. PlayStation 6 Pro, they are the pinnacle of what you could get out of these devices, but we have these other devices that are also there that are giving you a good enough experience, or has internet gotten so good that they are streaming cloud doing this thing, and you're getting the amazing experience on the go like GeForce now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm sure we're going to talk a lot more detail about that, but just to piggyback off of what you're saying here, it's like, I do think that that's it, and I feel like a theme of all the points I'm going to make today are that I think that we're going to redefine the low end of gaming, and the high end is going to stop having to keep going and going and going. It's going to keep going, but I feel like we're about to hit a point that we're already there, that we are the chasm between the low end and the high end is a lot closer than it's ever been in the history of games, where, yeah, you playing on a handheld PC gaming device at this point is not nearly as good as playing on a high-end PC, but that difference is way closer than it was for a PSP to a PS3 or whatever, any that we've ever seen in the past. And you add on the cloud stuff to that, and then all of a sudden, all those things go out the window where you are playing Expedition 33 in perfectly high settings on your Steam Deck. We're already there, and I think it's only going to get better.
AI upscaling is going to continue to be ridiculous, and
these are facts.
The impossible possible. Where how the hell am I getting this many frames with a game that's running full movie style path tracing with every light ray being perfectly reflected? Like, it's insane what's already happening.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's oversaturated, of course. Like, that's the problem with it, that there's too many of them. So once you start doing that, you start overwhelming people. You start, and it's like, you don't, like, bro, it's so many of them. Like, for you to pick from one or the other, it's like each of these companies, you're only gonna sell so much because there's so much competition. People are always gonna find their favorite and go with that one, and that's it. So the chances are, if you are one of these companies trying to sell a handheld, you're not gonna sell that much because there's just too many out there. And people have their preferences. People do their little research, and if they decided they like that one over that one, that's the one they're gonna go with. As opposed to, there's only two of you. It's either the Steam Deck or the ROG. Which one is better? This one got that. This one got this. There you got a 50-50 chance. But with all of these companies out here, you don't know who's gonna pick what handheld. So something's gotta happen with these handhelds. There's too many of them. For them to actually start going all in on them.
And I for some reason, I feel like a lot of smaller companies will also try to chase the AI upscaling kind of trend. Not necessarily even trend, but I see smaller tech companies going, oh, we can do what NVIDIA's doing, but we have lower overhead, we're smaller, let's try to make a name for ourselves and try to get partnered with larger publishers and larger companies.
Mike, I saw you react.
Yeah, I was just smirking at you. That's all. Just a fun one before we get into the real stuff.
Go for it.
You don't think we're strapping headsets onto our heads in 10 years?
Fuck off.
You know that is right. I don't think we are. There's a piece of me that's like, one day we'll be there, but I don't think we'll ever be there. I think we've proven now in this past 10 years, people just want to stare at the screen and not have it on their head.
I do think it's important to bring up XR, right, which is something that we've been talking a lot recently because of the X-Real glasses. But this week, even Google had its I/O event, which was a much more tech focused. It was kind of like GDC, the way we talk about that for video games, but for more just general tech. And Google and Android XR specifically are diving incredibly deep, piggybacking off of all their AI advancements with Gemini into that. All the good things about it are already at the point that glasses are able to do it. So,
and this is always
it's
been my
early,
thing.
they're expensive, but I give it literally 2 years from now, like not even 10, 2 years from now, you're going to be able to have gigantic OLED screens in your glasses, giving you any heads-up display stuff that you want. I really believe in the AR, XR side of it. VR, not at all.
Andy, what?
Yeah, that's the thing though. Like the handhelds, they're gonna get better. You know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna get better from what they are right now. So that's what they're alluding to. They're like, bro, we're gonna start seeing handhelds, close in that gap more than ever before. So now, you running Expedition 33, medium to high settings on the handheld, or like whatever it is that they do to it. That's what he's alluding to, because it's only going to get better from here. Technology is only going to get better from here. It's not going to get worse. We're not going to backtrack on technology. We're going to move. We're moving forward. And now with the whole AI thing, like the industry is about to go on a whole other level with this whole AI implementation. So that's what they're alluding to. The convenience of a handheld that they're talking about. Also PlayStation, they got a handheld already. They have the Portal. They talking about PlayStation 6. They're gonna have a dedicated portable, like a PSP, and it's just like, how is that gonna work? You already got a Portal, so you're gonna have two handhelds under your umbrella and a PlayStation 6. Like, there's just so many questions as far as what's going on with these companies. But these are just like them throwing out what could be in the future and things like that. Obviously, we're not here saying that they're completely right. It's just theories that they're putting out there and educated guests and things like that. So that's why I wanted to bring this to you. And they're about to get into the main, one of the main things that I wanted y'all to listen to, okay? Yeah, and that's what it is. See, Fresh, everything is going to get better and it's going to get more expensive. That's why the PS5 Pro is more expensive. It got better, more expensive. It's PlayStation 6. Let's see what that's about. Are they going to do a mid-gen Fresh with the PlayStation 6? Are we going to see a PS6 Pro? We don't know. And then at that, PS7. That's going to be even better. That's going to cost more money. Everything is just going to keep on going up. It's not going to drop in price or anything like that. It's going to keep going up. So, we just got to wait and see. We got to wait and see what happens. But there's a lot going on in the industry. There's a lot going on. These people are behind the scenes trying to figure out what to do, But let's continue on here.
I'm just thinking of Jarvis, make sure you bring up the put the oven on, Jarvis, for me.
Yeah.
Because like I XR is like such, or AR, whatever you want to call it. Augmented reality is, I think for me, a lot less gaming focused, but the ability to have these static displays just kind of anywhere in your house, like, man, that just also throws a whole wrench in what happens to TVs. Like, I don't know, that's like thinking way too far, I think. But for gaming, I don't know. I agree with Mike where we don't want the big gigantic headset, but as soon as they get more convenient and as soon as you don't need the long cable running, like all of that stuff becomes just like when you said, why do I need a camera in my cell phone? Like all of that stuff just starts to become the norm.
Yeah. So let's dive into some of these bullet points then.
So there you go. Yeah, like he was saying, bro, technology is gonna get better, right? Like he was talking about, like you look at the Apple Vision Pro, right? Take the Apple Pro, the goggles they came out with, bro. You could stretch out a screen, like to make it seem like you're in an actual movie theater. Like literally, like you could set it up if you click on a movie. You stretch out. It has a thing that you could go like that, whoop, and put it in theater mode. That it will make the screen as big as a movie theater screen. So think about it. You just put on your Apple Pros. You got a noise canceling headset on it, right? With no noise coming in. You sitting on an IMAX screen in the comfort of your home. You laying down on your comfortable couch. You got your little popcorn right there. You got your soda or whatever right there, your drink. You don't got to go nowhere. You could do that with the Apple Vision Pro. You probably could do it with the Meta and all of them. But just the goggles, the VR goggles, whether it's the Meta or the Apple. I'm just speaking on the Apple because I saw it a couple months back. Like, once that starts to be, when is that gonna start to become the normal? People already complaining about that. They don't go to movie theaters anymore. These people rather watch movies in their homes and not have to bother with being next to somebody, a stranger, having to deal with whatever the hell they dealing with. They might be taking out their phones in the middle of the movie or talking, rubbing up on you. Like, people don't want to deal with none of that. Everybody's already calling for these companies to release the movies day and date, like in the theaters and in apps, or where you could just buy them directly from your app and stream it on your screen at home. So things is moving, bro. Things are moving. You know what I'm saying? But let's pay attention here.
Then, right, I have a whole section here called the Big Three. I want to know, because this is something we asked 10 years ago, what consoles will there be?
Ooh, yeah, 10 years makes it tough.
Of course.
There will be a Nintendo and there will be a PlayStation. There will also be an Xbox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will there be a new entry? Will someone else step in? Does it always have to be the big three?
We
or
were
will
still hung
someone
up
else?
last time with Amazon and Activision.
Yeah.
Are they going to enter the console market?
I think now it's China, right? I think now it's looking at the Tencents and those type of groups, and I don't think so. I
Yeah.
think that we are at a point already that it is more ecosystem, digital based, app based, storefront based. But yeah, I think all three of the big three currently will still have consoles out in 10 years, new consoles.
The rumor was, right, that Xbox's next thing could dual boot. That was one of the rumors Paris was talking about. We've seen them around the scuttlebutt. Do you think you see PlayStation do that as well? Like, I have the same questions we have here, and I think at the top level we can all answer them. Like, will PlayStation exist? Will Xbox exist? Will Nintendo exist? I think yes across the board.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I think they could and probably will look dramatically different in the same way. If we were to dial back 10 years ago, what you're talking about, Xbox does not look like Xbox then, right? Even PlayStation to a degree, but it also looks the most reminiscent. Nintendo's gone through such a shift because of the success of Switch and where they're at. But I do wonder about the boxes and what that is, and who. One of the questions I had here that I'd like your opinions on to piggyback off this, right? What does success look like for first parties in 2035?
I think it continues to look different for each of them.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that it's a trend that really started. I mean, debatably, Nintendo started it with the Wii when it decided to be completely underpowered. Like, that was a choice strategically. But I think that this generation that we're currently in of the Xbox Series X, PlayStation 5, and Nintendo Switch, like each one of them were clearly going down different paths. And I feel like Xbox kind of fumbled down the path in a bunch of ways, but found the direction. And where they're going down now, it's like, yeah, I think this is going to really pay off for them. And I think that they're going to, in terms of sales, absolutely crush. I think it's cheating because they just bought everybody, and yeah, that's how that works. But like, I do think that they are easily going to be like the biggest publisher.
So then I want to bring this question in because I think it's tied to this, right? But I wrote down, what are the rankings of the first parties in 2035? Because my bold thing to say right here, a decade out, being Mr. PlayStation and loving my PlayStation so much, I think they're in third place. And I know that we're talking it's a very hard conversation because now you're saying, well, what metric of success are we talking about? Right? Where I think so many of us right now in 2025 would be like, man, PlayStation won this generation. When it's like, well, no, Nintendo, they went a different direction and like number of units sold and mindshare kicked the shit out of PlayStation, right? But it's like not what we think of. We think of the AAA box. This is what we're going for where Nintendo isn't playing that game. Xbox lost so badly last generation that they stopped playing that game and made a big deal this generation of we're not playing that game anymore. I think in 10 years, based on what we're seeing right now in the Xbox PlayStation race, I think Xbox has set themselves up so well to be the most successful between Xbox and PlayStation because I think they're gonna be ahead on cloud, they're gonna be ahead on the app, they're gonna be ahead on play it on whatever device you want. The campaign that's running right now, this is an Xbox, right? This is an Xbox. I think PlayStation is going to realize, if they haven't already, that was a great move on where the tech is going, and by the time they start trying to spin that up, it'll be hard, I think personally, to get the same hopeful mind share out of an audience, out of the world, that's what they're doing.
Finish him.
Let me know. Let me know how we feeling. Let me know.
Finish him.
These companies, okay, they're not console warring. This is what everybody needs to understand. These companies ain't console warring. They're looking ahead. Okay? They're looking ahead. So, exclusivity might not be here a couple years down the line. Okay? It just takes one PlayStation game, first party for them to come out and say, we're going to experiment. We're going to go day and day on PC to see how we do and things like that. I brought that theory a couple months back. I was talking about that. That's all it takes. Right? These companies ain't console warring. So now PlayStation is feeling like he said, like, damn, was that a good move? To try to utilize and try to look ahead and see where the technology is going. And when things might end up 15, 20 years from today, are people still going to be buying consoles, even though we're going to be pricing consoles at $800, $850 because of the technology that's in it? Even right now, $700. People don't want to give credit to the PS5 Pro because it's $700. And they're saying that console gaming is supposed to be affordable, and things like that. So $700 is too much. So these companies ain't console warring. And look, he said it himself, right? He's a PlayStation gamer. And he sees PlayStation being number 3 on the list. As far as where technology is going, where gaming is going, the way Xbox set themselves up. They lost so bad to PlayStation. They got their ass handed to them by PlayStation so bad that they said, yo, we had enough of this. We got to leave. We got to look elsewhere because it's not going to work. You know what I'm saying? And that's what Phil Spencer was talking about in that interview with Kinda Funny a couple years back when he was talking about we're not in the business to outsell PlayStation and Nintendo with consoles. So they've started to look since then already towards the future, setting themselves up for no console required. Looking 15 years ahead. But you know what? Internet is going to be much better 15 years from now. So we just got to keep at it, year by year, try to, keep at it and see where we at and just continue to grow and continue to grow. Right? So 15 years down the line, we all see GeForce Now, how good it is, right? Which I was talking to y'all about. and I just told you about that. I believe it was on Friday that we got Satya Nadella and Jensen from NVIDIA, two CEOs from NVIDIA and Microsoft uniting, trying to create the next big thing with AI technology and things of that nature. What I told you Microsoft is about to do. Microsoft is about to implement the GeForce Now into Windows. So now they're giving you the option. You could use Xbox Cloud or you could use NVIDIA's GeForce. Even though Microsoft knows that 10 times out of 10, people are going to choose GeForce because it's way better than Xbox Cloud. Microsoft don't care. They're like, I don't care. Go use it. So why should we care? They're the owners of the company. They don't care. So why should you care? NVIDIA's GeForce is the competition to Xbox Cloud Gaming. Just to make it clear to you. GeForce versus Xbox Cloud. They're competitors in that. And Microsoft is saying, ain't no competition. Bring your ass over here. Come to Microsoft. Come. Ginseng is like, what? You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. How about we team up, Ginseng? How about we do that? AI is the future. These two monsters trying to bring, AI technology to the forefront. These people ain't console warring. So he's seen PlayStation as third because PlayStation is still doing it the traditional way. And that's why I kept telling y'all about these first-party studios selling 1 million copies, everybody acting like that's enough. Even though it was a small budget, blah, blah, 1 million copies, they made their money back or whatever. It's not enough, bro. These people are not out here selling 8 million copies or whatever. The only time they doing that is when the big boys come out to play. That's it. Once the big boys exit the building, 500,000 copies sold. 1 million copies, barely 1.5 million copies sold. That's not going to hold up 15 years from now. It ain't going to happen, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Those sales numbers are not going to sustain a company 15 years from now. You talking about 1 million copies. Well, I don't got to buy every game. Well, there you go. That's exactly the point. But somehow you want PlayStation to stay exclusive, to stay only putting out single-player games for only to come out and sell 1 million copies. 1.5. 2 million copies. That's not enough. That's why I keep telling you. They want that live service money. Because it's sustainable. Keep you in the store. Battle passes, skins, and all that. It's sustainable. They're going about it the wrong way, though. That's why I keep telling you. That's why they're not going to be successful at it. Because they keep trying to go into these genres where they're not wanted. They're not wanted in the hero shooter genre. Those gamers already got their games. And even if they take a break from that one, if your game is not a smash that could keep them away from their main game, they're always going to go back to that one. They're going to come, give you a shot, try it out. If it ain't good enough, they're going to go back to where they came from. So, going back to exclusivity and all that with PlayStation and all that. They looking elsewhere. They got the console market on lock. It's time for them to try to go and try to get into the PC market and try to go in there and dominate that as well. The live service, try to dominate that as well. They got to try to do other strategies. Xbox already took their strategy. PlayStation is helping Xbox fulfill their strategy by putting those games on PlayStation Store. The reports come out. the top 3 most selling games on PlayStation comes from Microsoft. There you go. So they're actually helping them fulfill their plan, what they're trying to do. You know, because Sony gets 30%. But Sony is too focused on the now. And they are not looking at the bigger picture. Instead of denying Microsoft games to come to PlayStation and putting them close to out of business. But you see, Sony just thinks about the money. Money, right? That's 30%. Okay, sure. You could be on the PlayStation store. Microsoft, like, yes. And behind the scenes, they're like, yes. They're helping us. Because if Sony says no, where the hell is Xbox going to sell those games at? Where? That whole Xbox campaign won't see the light. Because they're not going to sell over on Nintendo. They're not selling on Xbox. So if PlayStation was to deny them that, where would Xbox be selling their games at? They would have denied it. That would have given PlayStation and Sony enough time to try to catch up, to try to start going about it a different way, try to start looking towards the future, going a different direction. But instead, all they thinking about is the now. Oh, sure, come and put your games over here. 30%. Yeah, we're getting 30. And they're like, oh, okay, whatever. That means nothing to Microsoft, bro. What means something to Microsoft is the future. They're trying to become the #1 publisher, the #1 gaming platform. You got an app, click it, it's on that TV, it's on that handheld, it's on PlayStation, it's everywhere you go. It's on that PC, it's everywhere you go. That little app with the X is there. When you go on vacation, you in the hotel rooms, you turn it on. It got a little Xbox app right there in that TV. All you got to do is log in, put in your account, you could play games right there. Now the hotels come with 2 Xbox controllers tied up to the TV so you won't steal them or whatever. Understand what's happening. Xbox could do that. Every hotel comes now with 2 Xbox controller tied into the TV. You know, somewhat secured with a wire or whatever. With the Xbox app, y'all on vacation, boom, turn on the TV. Start gaming right there. This could happen, bro. So this is what he's talking about. They are more set up for the future than PlayStation is. That's why he's saying maybe PlayStation started to think like this. All this bad news happening, all these live service canceled. Where everybody at? Sony, where you at? I'm telling you, I'm gonna create a segment in my shows once a week. Sony, where you at segment. Where you at, bro?
I mean, there's so many variables, obviously, with trying to predict this stuff, but I think we look at Sony and go, oh, they won, right? And, you know, we're discounting that Nintendo's still dominating, but they beat Xbox because they have the IP, right? They have the IP that's on HBO. They have the IP that, when we're talking these first-party, third-person action games that we think about are the big sort of, those are the ones that you look at and go, man, Xbox needs 4 of those, and they have none right now. But I don't know if it all depends on, does Sony stick with the just first party strategy, or do they eventually start to kind of take notes and see, oh shit, Xbox is selling a lot more copies for their first party games, first party, because they're going everywhere now. Do we sort of follow suit? And I know that everybody's like really certain that they're never going to do that. For me, I just think that executives up top go, well, doing that equals more money. So yes, let's do that.
I mean, 10 years ago, we were certain probably that they wouldn't put it on PC, right?
Yeah.
We didn't talk about that specifically.
Yeah.
We were way more talking about, oh, well, if this NX thing doesn't hit Nintendo hat, we'll be putting everything out multi-platform. They'll just be a third-party publisher. They'll just be Sega. I think, again, as we've seen these walls fall down, like, it's inevitable that PlayStation releases will be day one on PC as well. I know we can.
Finish him.
There you go. It's inevitable, he says, that PlayStation one day be day and day on PC. It's inevitable. So that don't even, all them consoles that they sell. Okay, if you are a console gamer, this is how PlayStation is gonna think of it. You a console gamer, you love the console so much, the console's there. Go buy it. You don't want to play on PC. Go buy it. I need to go to where that PC gamers at as well. They might want this first party title day one, day and day. That's money. I keep telling you, last year they made $650 million out of the PC market. Take it how you want to take it. You think that's too little? Fine. PlayStation doesn't. I keep telling you, any extra money, PlayStation sees it as good money. Like Shuhei Yoshida said, that's printing basically free money for them. That's how they see it. Because the porting to the PC is not that difficult. That's why also they have signed Nixxes, which has done the porting of their PlayStation games and is doing an incredible job. So now they have a Nixxes software who's taking care of their PC ports. And they're doing an incredible job. So think about that. Right? They already got you in the console space. They got their peoples already. So think about it. You got to take the console warring, take it out. Like, get out of the console war. Don't think, oh, but we want PlayStation. It's not what we want. Just take that out for a second, right? You got to think like the company. Take yourself out of it. What are they thinking? They're seeing all these movements going on. That's $650 million that they made last year from PC. That's money that they would have lost, that they would have never seen if they would have gone to the PC market. Okay? That they would have never seen. And they see that as easy money. No extra, sweat and tears and blood, sweat, and tears to port your game over to the PC market. They don't see it like that. They see that as easy work. That's easy. Well, you want me porting my games to PC? That's easy money. We got Nixxes. They handle that. They do a phenomenal job. They take care of that for us. Go play those games on PC since we signed them. And the ones that they ported, go and play them and tell me what you think of them. Incredible job. I played The Last of Us Part 2 remastered here from start to finish. I didn't have one bug. I didn't have one anything happening while I was playing the game. Nothing. It was running beautiful, looking incredible, I should say. I couldn't believe my eyes when I was playing that game. It was unbelievable. My goodness. Shout outs to Nixxes. They did an incredible job. But anyways, you take the whole console warring out. Everybody has their preference. Everybody wants to, have bragging rights. It is what it is, right? But when you start putting your shoes as a CEO of PlayStation, why would they go back to being exclusive only on PlayStation and take out and leave those $650 million on the table. For what? For what? If they don't spend nothing. Shuhei Yoshida said it. They don't nearly spend anything on porting their games to PlayStation, so it's basically printing money for them. Shuhei Yoshida said that out of his own mouth. That's how PlayStation sees it. It's nothing to them. So why would they back out of it? It don't make no sense. You're printing money for the company. That's almost $1 billion, bro, out of the PC market. That's over $500 million in the year. So it don't make no sense, bro. And to go day and date now, Nix does such a great job. They're gonna be taking care of that PC port, bro. They're gonna take care of it. And it's gonna come out to high PlayStation standards, what we're used to from PlayStation Studios. High quality. We're still going to be getting that. Because they're going to be on it. They know they can't come out here with no damn broken games day one and all this. Then I don't see PlayStation becoming that company. Like, oh, here's another broken PlayStation game. Ever since they went day and day PC, they've been coming out broken game. I don't think PlayStation is going to go that route. I don't see them doing that. I see them perfecting their craft like they're used to, bringing the high quality, but just being day and day on PC. He said it's inevitable. That's what he said. PlayStation. So, Gifted, should PlayStation put games on Xbox? Absolutely not. There's no point of putting PlayStation games on Xbox. Absolutely not. Xbox is putting their games on their platform. So it don't make no sense. It's just PC and Nintendo. You know? Day and date, I don't know. As far as Nintendo, I'm not sure. But PC, the PC market is gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Next time on Dragon Ball Z, Sony, where you at? Sony, where you at? Where you at? Gift, are you still buying a PS6 if they go day and day? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm staying right here where I'm at. I'm chilling. I invested into a machine that's well enough to carry me through. And if Sony decides to say, oh, you can stay there, just we have a PlayStation app, and all you gotta do is download the PlayStation app, sign into my account, all my games are there, all my history, all my trophies, everything, all the hours I put in. What I need a PlayStation 6 for? I'm chilling right here. I got hardware very well capable enough of running all their first party games. I'm chilling. That's why I keep telling y'all. What if you trying to go PC, save your money and invest in something good. Don't go the cheap route and listen to all these people who don't play the majority of these games. All they used to be playing is their all those PC games that we always bring up. Don't listen to them, because you are going to end up struggling at the end. Save money so you can buy a good enough PC that's going to get you through like I did. You see me playing all my games. I stream my games. I don't have no problem. I'm having a great time. I stream it. I show it to you. I show you all the settings that I'll be playing them in. You could go see. Everything is on my channel. Everything. Ultra settings, high settings, ray tracing. I'm in there. I'm having a great time, bro. So yes, as soon as PlayStation says, day and date, it's over. I'm trading in my console. There will be no more need for me to have a console. For what? I got the PC, I got an Xbox, and now I got a PlayStation, all in one machine. That for me, I am straight. Because I'm that type of person anyways. I like all my stuff in one place anyway. That's just how I am. I don't like having to turn this one on to play that. Turn this one on to play that. Switch the HDMI port to HDMI 2. HDMI. Like, I don't like doing all that, bro. I'll be lazy like that. Like, believe it or not, I'll be lazy like that, bro. Like, I don't like doing all that back and forth switching. Turn this one off, turn that one on. Let me play this game. Let me switch the HDMI to HDMI 3. Let me go put on these headphones because these don't work with the Xbox. Give me those. Let me put these on. I don't like doing all that, bro. I like everything in one place. Right there. Boom. All I got to do is click. I'm going to have down here. I'm going to have all the way down here 3 buttons. PlayStation, Xbox, Steam, Epic Store, GeForce. Everything is going to be accessed right here. Bang, 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 bang. Whatever I want to play at the moment, bang, there it is. There it is. So will they kill the consoles then? They're not going to. PlayStation 6 is still coming out. PlayStation 6 is coming out. We don't know if they're going to do a mid-generation refresh. PlayStation 7, if it does come out, I feel like it's going to be the last console they come out with. Traditional console. They're going to start looking at other strategies. Technology is going to be just too advanced, bro. By the year 2040. Technology is going to be advanced, bro, by 2040. So, as far as a traditional console, the PlayStation 7 could be the last console they do. Not everyone's gonna go to PC, obviously, but it's like these companies are somehow, look at Xbox, right? They're gonna start creating PCs that are console-like. That's the whole thing about that whole hybrid thing that we keep hearing about Xbox. You know, Steam could do something like that. Like sell it as a more traditional, you know, like a console, but it's a PC, like the ROG Ally Nook. Something like that. It's like a PC almost, the way it looks. But it's a PC. I mean, it's like a console almost, the way it looks, but it's a PC. Right? They could come out with these PC hybrids at $900, $800, $850. It ain't gonna be the best specs, but if you're just a gamer that plays Call of Duty and Marvel Rivals and CS:GO and Dota and Banana and the list goes on and Roblox and Fortnite, the list goes on, but you want to be able to have a PC, there it is. Just know that you're gonna be playing these hot AAA games. The majority of those kids coming up, they're not even gonna care. They're like, okay, so I want to play this, and this with my friends. Like, I want to feel like them with the traditional mouse and keyboard, and I want this and that. Like, they could do that. But let's finish up here so they could finish saying what they got to say here.
Point to Helldivers, but I mean bigger things too, because I think eventually you're going to see these numbers, in my mind, of what's going with PC gaming shift in a way that, all right, so many people have gone to PC. There are so many people that haven't and still own a PlayStation. There are the people who want it cross-buy, cross-play, all this stuff. Like, just give it to them that way. I think convenience in meeting gamers where they want to be is what the next 10 years is all about. We're already seeing it now. But it's such an old example, I think, of IGN when we were there, right before you were there, when you were there. But like old IGN, where we had a conversation. I remember being there in whatever year it was. I can't remember if you're actually there or not. But of like, are we putting IGN videos on YouTube? And the answer it was no. We have IGN.com. People will come to us and they will watch videos on IGN.com. And that was wrong, right? And we learned the hard way at the time of like, no, you need to go meet the gamer, the consumer where they are. And clearly the consumer, I think, is speaking right now loudly of, I want my games everywhere. I want to be able to play. I want to have some fun.
Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of
He just gave you an example. Okay, we're going to keep moving, but he just gave you an example. That's how they were thinking before. IGN was on YouTube. They was like, nah. You want to see IGN? They coming to us. And look at what they had to do.
I'm on the other side of this one.
Please.
I think that you guys are making a lot of sense, but I think that with where we're at, PlayStation's in a different place. When we talk about the prestige games and like what people think, the general public thinks about PlayStation, they still have that. I don't think they're going to lose that. I think 10 years is a long time. There will be a lot of technological changes that could make everything I'm saying wrong. But I think that to Andy's point, Xbox is selling more than they have ever, whatever, with these games because they're putting on a console that has an insane install base. PlayStation putting their games on Xbox doesn't have that. So it's like not necessarily going to change that so much. PlayStation games be on PC day one. I do think that is an inevitability. That should be the goal. I imagine that will happen.
I mean, PlayStation put it on Nintendo is what I'm talking.
Yeah.
Like PlayStation going everywhere. Like
yeah, and the Nintendo thing I do think is an interesting possibility there. But I think that PlayStation's going to continue to try to be on the highest end and really be the ones to push the boundaries, where I do think everyone else is going to start to go a little bit lower and follow more. As Nintendo reaches up with the tech, I think that everyone else is going to kind of come down a little bit to get on all the handhelds and all that. I think that PlayStation is going to, in the same way that people buy 4K Blu-ray players because they want that dedicated physical hardware that it can do it the best. I think that PlayStation is going to be the last remaining console that is trying to be the best console. And I think that is going to speak to core gamers that I think will always exist. I think that their numbers will dwindle, but I think in 10 years, there's still going to be place for a system, a video game console that is the best way to play these games. And the only way to play these games, I mean, maybe not only because of PC and stuff, but I would not be surprised if PlayStation doubles down and is like, our games are only on PlayStation 6.
For all the FLAC audio users out there.
Yeah.
I also wanted to point out that like 10 years obviously seems like a lifetime, especially when tech is constantly evolving the way it is. But even I know SteamDB isn't everything, and even I kind of hate when SteamDB is like the only thing that people ever reference when they're looking at numbers and stuff. But PUBG is an 8-year-old game by this point. PUBG came out in 2017. That's almost a decade old, and it's still number 3 on the most concurrent players right now, 225K. There's such a great chance that the games out right now are still going to be dominating, just like Counter-Strike 2, which is a more visual upgrade to Counter-Strike, right, Mike? Like Counter-Strike is still 1.2 million concurrents right now at the top of the charts. And I think we will, like, there's a good chance that the top 5 games being played in 2035, that 1 or 2 of them came out this year or are out already or just came out recently or whatever. But I also wanted to call out that when we're talking about, does anybody else have can any other company kind of enter in here? When we talked about how Google Glass and all that and Google Stadia being way ahead of the curve, I think Steam machines were way ahead of the curve. And I think Valve, with the Steam Deck, is showing that they are taking hardware seriously. And I could see them selling a Mac Mini looking console that is
some type
just
of Steam machine?
Steam Machine is what they were called. Yeah, Steam Machines were way ahead of the game. And I think if we see a little baby mini thing that they put out that's like $600, it runs everything faster and better than what you got right now, but it's a little tiny PC or whatever, and maybe it's got the Steam storefront or it has the Steam OS as opposed to just straight up Windows. I think they were still ahead of the curve way back in the day with Steam machines and their stupid ass controller that didn't feel good or look good.
Yes.
But
And we
I
got
think
no joysticks, just these 2 like satellite dishes.
awful,
Some
terrible,
mouse pad.
terrible idea. But I really do think that them seeing the sort of excitement, enthusiasm for their hardware with these little with the Steam Deck that could evolve in the future.
So here's
Just real quick.
I want to stay in this.
Yeah,
Valve
me too.
Steam.
Just real
Okay,
quick, I
right.
just want to say, again, you're making a lot of sense. I think that it will happen. I think Steam will put out a more like dedicated, like not desktop, like home theater top setup. I think all things considered, it's going to be a non-factor. Like I don't think that it's going to sales-wise make up for anything in the conversation of like the console space. Like I think that it'll sell significantly less even than the Xbox Series S or X.
Mike was bringing up earlier, kids want PCs more nowadays, and I totally agree. Just based, I mean, this is all anecdotal, but seeing my nephew who only watches streamers and watches like people playing PC games. If you could tell a family who has a son that really wants that expensive PC, oh, Steam, they're selling that Steam box for $700, $800, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
As opposed to the big $2,000, $1,500 PC you might want to buy. This is an equivalent of that, as opposed to the PlayStation where he wants to play on keyboard mouse. I don't know. That's all peripheral based, and maybe things change in the future. But I think that with the younger audience, they are seeing their favorite personalities play on PC, and that's, I think, only going to continue to grow.
My question.
There it is. There it is. Let me know how y'all feel about that. Let me know how y'all feel about that one right there. I'm going to stop it right there because obviously they continue on. But just right there, I just wanted them to show y'all when they speaking about PlayStation and what PlayStation might be doing and things like that. They said, look, they said it. That is almost like the inevitable will happen. It's basically how they're seeing the future of PlayStation, which is PlayStation eventually going day and day on PC. Once they do that, if you don't have a PC, then it's not gonna apply to you because you're not gonna care. You're a console gamer, like we all are. All I'm doing, I got a PC, but I'm not a PC gamer. Like, I'm playing the console games on this piece of hardware. I'm choosing to play it on this hardware instead of that hardware because this hardware that I'm on right now, it's leaps and bounds, like, compared to a smaller console. But it's just because I saved up the money and I actually went out and wanted to buy something good, as opposed to if I could have came and bought me a 3060 build, I won't be talking like this. Because 3060 builds are gonna struggle when I want to play all these big AAA games. So I would have been here crying to y'all right now if I would have bought me a 3060 build. I would have been crying, bro. Trying to play these games, lowering my resolution, lowering the settings. Oh, I can't do high settings. This PC won't do it. I gotta bring it down to medium. Like 1440p, sometimes 1080. Like, I would have been out here crying right now. But, I went about it the smart way. I saved up enough money to get myself a hardware that is capable of running those AAA games that could eventually pop up on this one day and date. I won't be like, damn, I should have stayed with my console. I should have done this and that and the third. No, I'm not gonna be talking like that. So yeah, if you don't got a PC and you're not trying to get into a PC, that's fine. You understand? Like, that's fine too. That's why they're gonna have the PlayStation 6. So if you want to stay on console, you still can, right? So when it comes to that, nobody's wrong. You choose what you want to play. Like I told you, I don't care. Like, you're gonna play wherever you decide to play at. And who is somebody else to wrong you for that? That's your preference. You want to play there. That's what makes you happy. Then play there. That's why I keep telling you. Like, it is what it is. Even if you on an Xbox console, and you come up to me talking about, yo, but I like my Series X. This is why I do. Okay, then fine. Fine. Then do that. Play there and be happy there. You getting everything you want out of it, go ahead and do it. That's fine by me. Who am I to tell you, don't play there? If you asking me a question, I'm gonna answer it truthfully though. That's another thing. Like if you coming to me, oh, what's better, Xbox or PlayStation? I'm gonna be like PlayStation. Should I sell my Series X and buy a PS5 Pro? Absolutely. You're getting all the games in one console. Absolutely. Or are you a gamer that don't buy games and you just strictly on Game Pass and play whatever's on there? Then that's another decision. That's something you will have to ask yourself, right? I don't know what type of gamer you are. You might be a gamer that just has the console and just plays strictly games that come out on Game Pass and don't buy any game on the store, and that's your iteration of saving money. All you know is that you paying $240 a year, and that's that. You don't go past that because you don't play nothing outside of Game Pass. It all depends on you at the end of the day. So I could still tell you what you should do, but I don't know your budget. I'm not in your pockets. I don't know. But as far as this whole thing goes, they out here talking about the inevitable will one day happen. So that's why I keep saying, don't be mad. Just like I told Xbox game, don't be mad. Because the writing's been on the wall. If you choosing to play along with the console wars and things like that, and be in your feelings, because Phil Spencer told you this and Phil Spencer told you that. It's like I keep telling you, it's just like a job. When you're with your manager, my manager's the best. He's cool. Like, nah, my manager's this and that. But when it comes to those tough decisions, your manager ain't gonna be cool no more. If that manager's boss comes in and tells that manager, you see that guy right there? I want him fired. I don't like what he's doing. Blah, blah, blah. We're bringing down the staff to 4 instead of 6. He's one of them that gotta go. What your manager gotta do? Call you in the office and fire your ass. Yo, but I was just telling everybody how cool you were. How this, that, and the third. Well, sorry. I guess I'm gonna be a villain now. You're fired. The same thing, bro. It's the same thing. You're a customer. Phil Spencer's gonna have to do what he gotta do. The Amy Hood and Satya and them playing no games. Clean all this up. I want everything everywhere. I don't give a damn who cares what. I don't care. Fast forward. We look at the charts. Top 3 selling best games. Microsoft Corporation. There's Satya's plan right there. At its finest right there. And PlayStation out here playing along with them. Just because they get 30%. Instead of trying to bury their asses. But you see, these companies think different. They think the way, however they feel like is right for the business. So, if PlayStation goes day and date, are you going to feel some type of way because they are now just not only dedicating their time to you as the console gamer, because they are now day and day on PC and potentially probably Nintendo, not Xbox, because it ain't happening. There's no point of them doing that. But PC and Xbox, and Nintendo, would you feel some type of way? That's a question that you got to ask yourself. Because like they said, it could happen. So let me know. Let me know. Would you feel some type of way if they do that? Me now having a PC, like I want them to go day and date. Because I don't want to keep going back and forth, turning on my PlayStation, coming back to my PC, turning HDMI 1, going to here, going to the app. I don't want to keep doing that. Like, I want everything in one place. That's just me though. I like all my stuff in one place. I don't like going back and forth. Imagine I had 3. Imagine I had an Xbox console and I had to play an Xbox. Imagine if the Xbox app wasn't on PC and I just had Steam here, PlayStation there, and Xbox here. I would have to turn 3 different devices on for me to play a certain game out of each device. I don't want to do that. I want to play right here, one device, all my things right here. You know? But yeah, that's just it as far as all this goes. I just had to bring this to y'all so y'all can see what you know. I got my streets out there I got my ears out there in the streets. Excuse me. So I thought I'd just bring this to your attention here, man. That's all. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about all this, man. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about this all. My brother C Fresh talking about he PS6 day 1. There you go, my brother. It's still gonna be the best console out. You still gonna be getting the best performance. Going by what the PS5 Pro is doing, if you're a console gamer, like bro, PS6 is gonna be phenomenal. Don't take this as I'm some sort of hating on PlayStation, this, that, and the third, or whatever the case may be, because that's not what it is. I'm just trying to bring it to you as real as possible and as far as from my perspective, how I'm seeing things. Right? That's all I'm doing. Okay? And that's that, bro. Like, me personally, I'm not a console like warrior. You understand? Like, I grew up having multiple consoles in my home. Nintendo. I had a Nintendo. I had a Sega. I had a PC at one point. You know, when PC started becoming a little popular with Windows 95 and all that, like I had a PC, I had a Sega Saturn, I had a Nintendo GameCube. When the PlayStation came out, I had a PlayStation, I had a Nintendo, and I had a Sega Dreamcast. I mean, a Sega Saturn. Like this whole I've never been that. Like I've always had whatever I wanted to have at the moment that I wanted to play, and that was it. Nobody gonna tell me nothing because that didn't exist back in the day. That whole console warring and things like that, it didn't exist. Fast forward, I told y'all why I came on here to YouTube. I told y'all why, right? But before that, I was a regular consumer. This is why I keep telling y'all that. This is why I like my position in this. Because I'm coming to y'all as somebody fresh off the streets, right? When I keep telling you about everything that's going on, the average consumer don't care about. Okay? This whole thing happening with Haven Studios and this, that, and the third. If I wasn't here in this moment and I was still being who I was like 9 months ago, I wouldn't care. I would have been like, oh, what are you talking about? You know, Haven Studio, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and I wouldn't care. We only caring about these things because we're within the community, right? But before all that, I went and I bought my Xbox Series X as a happy customer. This is before I came on YouTube. I was just a happy customer wanting to play the best games. New generation era was kicking in, you know, with PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. Remember, I wasn't in tune with what was going on in the community. I was not in tune with nothing. All I see are commercials that they put on TV. Next generation era is kicking in. Next gen graphics, faster SSDs, blah, blah, blah. I get my PlayStation first. Boom, 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 boom. We having a good time. Later on, I get the opportunity to get me the Xbox. You know, we got the new Halo coming and things of that nature. The new Gears might come down the line. I'm a happy customer. I'm like, yo, I'm getting myself my Xbox. I'm gonna have both. So when I get a PlayStation exclusive, I'm going to play that. And when I get my Xbox exclusive, I'm going to get that too. And I'm going to have the best of both worlds. And that's how I've been since I was a child. Since I was growing up, I've had almost every console, beginning from the Nintendo, the NES, then the Super NES. And it just went on and went on and went on. So that's just how I've been. So once you get the Xbox, and then I tell you, and that's when I told y'all how I came into YouTube, and then you start learning more, and then you just like, whoa, what is going on? Then you get just tangled into this whole thing, and then here we are. So, you know, it is what it is. You understand what I'm saying? So I was never really supposed to be on some console war, you know? I was just speaking facts. I was just trying to speak facts, all right? Cause I gotta give credit where credit is due. And that's just the reality. PlayStation's been the one. PlayStation has been the one. Point blank, period. Whether you like them or not. PlayStation has been the one. Okay? So what happens from here on out, we have yet to decide. PlayStation, Sony, where you at? Where you at? I've thanked you so much for the last 4 or 5 years that we've had. I've thanked you. I've you know, I went hard for you. I've brought up so many facts, you know, with all those videos that I used to put out, brought so many facts to the forefront. Everything that's been going on, you know, all these live servers being canceled, everything, you know, telling to give them time for them to get their first party studios together, being that they've going through all these cancellations and things like that. You know, at least they're bringing us other published games so they could keep the you know, keep us PlayStation gamers happy while they get it together and this, that, and the third. Okay, where the next 4 years at? Where they at? Sony, where you at? Concord. And the list goes on and on. I don't need to keep going back to that. Bungie, the latest one. Where you at? That's all I'm saying. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about that one. Real quick, before we take questions, comments, concerns, I just got a brief rapid fire news, okay? So tomorrow, there's going to be a first look at Mind's Eye and a chat with the developers, okay? And that's on the official Discord server. It says 1350 BST. I don't know what that time is. I don't know what that's about, but it's on their Discord. They're going to be showing gameplay and things like that. So figure out that time, and if you want to look into it, it's going to be there, okay? Also tomorrow, Assassin's Creed is doing their update. It comes in tomorrow, May 27th, and that's for if you pre-order the game, you're going to get the new expansion and the new DLC and things like that. Parkour, bug fixes, and all that, right? That's coming in tomorrow, right? There's a Days of Play that's set to be announced sometime this week. So if you're in the market to get a PlayStation console or accessories or video games or whatever, that's coming. That's supposed to be coming this week. So be on the lookout for that. Huge news that according to Obi-Wan Plays, he is saying that the next Zelda AAA game is currently being developed over at Nintendo. So people hating out here on Nintendo, when the new Zelda game comes out, are you not gonna buy it? If it's $80, you not gonna buy it? Yes or no? Yes or no? So that's that. And Hellblade 2 it might be getting a physical edition on the PlayStation 5, okay? Oh, it's finally getting a physical edition. Also, they are getting a physical edition on PS5. And that's courtesy of Limited Run Games. I'm guessing they're the ones that is doing the whole what you call it? Uh physical edition thing. Let me just show you, cuz there's a new trailer for Mind's Eye real quick. Show you some new footage here. Right? It don't look good because it's on X, and I don't know why. All these videos like that they show on X is 720. Like, bro, what? I thought X officially supported 4K video. Like, why we still getting these 720 footages? But whatever. Let's just take a look at it because this is new. So look at everything that you're doing, right? So this is what I want to show y'all real quick. So if you see here, right? This is I'm official content right here. You see up top. So they picked on, there's a whole bunch of things right here. So they clicked on clean up on aisle 3. And this is they say here the description, you're a member of the back Niners who has just carried out a heist, but someone sounded the alarm and the police have come. You're forced to have to fight your way to freedom. And I can't read that there. Awaiting a getaway car if you can make it that far. Okay, so I'm assuming that's a game mode that they have. Wait. This is another one. As a legendary assassin cowboy, you receive instruction from the ghost agent controller to enter a military base and procure a combat drone in order to help you prevent something there, supply convoys from making it to their destination. And then lastly, we have this one, which is an open world area to explore and play. So it seems like they have different type of game modes that you could choose from. I don't know if this is online, multiplayer, I'm not sure, but this is just something that came out, okay? Here you see is different people, okay? I don't know what this all is. I don't know, but I'm just bringing it to you, okay? So you see here, this is one person. Look at how they dressed. This is another one. Look at how they dress right here. And this is another person right here. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know if this is online. I don't know if you could do that in the campaign. I don't know, right? And there it is. So there it is right there. I just wanted to show y'all that. That's it right there. Let me see here. And I think that's what I got for y'all right now. That's what I got for y'all right now. All right, we're taking questions, comments, concern, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna get to y'all right now. Facts. Where we at? I'm gonna get to y'all right now. Where we at? Wait. What's this? Okay. Wait. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it, people. There we go. The floor is officially yours, ladies and gentlemen. We taking questions, comments, concerns. Let me know, man. Y'all rocking with the gifted one here, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure y'all smash that like button, man. Facts. Let me see where we at here. Hold on. Let me see where we at. C Fresh is all in on PlayStation 6, okay? That's a day one right there. Shout out to my boy C Fresh in the building, people. Molly, what it do, my brother? You talking about sales, so you don't think that will kill the console market for Sony similar to Xbox? I don't think so, because if you're a console gamer, you're going to be a console gamer, bro. You're going to be a console gamer. Those sales are going to be there, bro. That's what I'm saying. PlayStation has set themselves to be the default console. They have set themselves up to be that. So if you're still looking for consoles, you're going to go to PlayStation. You're not going to go to Xbox because they're going away from the console. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they no longer need to, they don't feel the need that they have to sell you the console. The console's going to sell itself, bro. So I don't think it's going to hurt the sales. Because look, y'all saying it right here. I'm not buying a PC. I'm not buying a PC. I'm buying a console. The console's going to be there. Go buy the console. I'm all in on PC. There you go. All in on PC. We got to all in on PC. We got to all in on PlayStation 6 day one. Gifted, at least you know you're not a real PC gamer, unlike Doc Dark. Oh, facts. Shout out to my brother Doc Dark, but I ain't no real PC gamer. I'm playing console games on a PC. That's what I'm doing. Like, I'm not up here. I'm a PC gamer. Like, bro, whatever game comes out on console, if it happens to be on the PC, I'm gonna play it on my PC. It's not like I'm out here playing Banana and Dota and PUBG and CSGO and all the. I'm not doing all that. Not doing all that. Shout out to my brother Doc Dark, man. Facts. Console gamer that plays on PC. Yeah, that's what I am. That's exactly what I am, bro. That's it. I found a hardware that boosts my experience when I'm playing these games. Gives me a boost, bro. You know? You ain't lying. Why would PlayStation want to buy a third-party publisher? Which one? What we talking about there? I forgot what we was talking about there. My bad. If they got a day and date, it better be getting a first-party game every 3 months since they getting all this money. Bro, it's gonna happen, bro. They gotta try to expand their horizons, bro. They gotta try to get the money wherever by any means necessary, bro. They gotta try to get their money, bro. You know, they spend a lot. That's why I keep saying they spend a lot of money. Yeah, they have record-breaking numbers, but they also might have had record-breaking spending at the same time. So it ends up bad, like evening out. We don't even know. But we all know that they spend a lot of money on all these games that have been canceled. Studios being shut down. Buying up Bungie. They spent money, bro. They spent money. Buying up Firewalk. They've spent money, bro. Gifted went full PC, shaking my head. We need to go back to beefing with King David and Destin. Damn. That's nasty work, bro. That's nasty work. Man, I know you're not still live. Bro, you know who you talking to, my brother? I thought you knew me better than that, Jay. How you gonna ask if I'm still live, bro? Would I have nothing else to say? Then we wrap up, bro. You know what I'm saying? which Discord server I was dying. I was right the whole time. Oh, you talking about Mind's Eye? Apparently, Mind's Eye, they have their own Discord server. They don't put it here. Let me see. Yeah, they didn't put it here. So I wouldn't know what their Discord is, bro. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna make it out onto YouTube, and we'll be able to see it there and see what they was talking about and things like that. So I ain't stressing it. It'll come onto YouTube. Y'all wanted Concord to fail. I didn't want Concord to fail. Now Marathon gets to fail too. I didn't want Concord to fail. I enjoyed Concord. I thought Concord was a great game. It was just there were certain things that they did wrong, and like I told you, a simple mistake could ruin everything. You know, and unfortunately, they went with those characters. I don't know who gave them the okay to go ahead with those characters that they put in that game, which was the main issue of it. And look at where we at today. Hero shooter and all that. They decided to do all that. But as far as the game goes and things like that, the game was a good game. The gunplay was incredible. So you could tell they put money behind it. It's just, it was one of those games, bro. You trying to get into a genre that don't want you in there. I'll pay $100 for Zelda. There you go. This is what I'm talking about. It all depends on what you want. What's your preference? What do you like? If you grew up with a certain, loving a certain game, like we have Metal Gear right here on the screen. If you grew up loving Metal Gear Solid and they somehow come out, official price is going to be, $80, $85, you're going to end up buying the game because you want to play that next generation version of Metal Gear Solid. You're going to want that experience. So you're going to do what you got to do to get you that game. And that's what Randy Pitchford was talking about. If you're a real fan, you're going to find a way. He knows the following that Borderlands has. He knows it. He knows that franchise is huge. So that's what he's saying. If you're a real fan of the franchise, you're going to find a way. Regardless. Like, you're going to find a way, bro. It don't even matter. You telling me a new Uncharted comes out? You telling me The Last of Us Part 3 comes out and it got Nathan Drake in the last Uncharted next generation? The Last of Us Part 3, and they put it at $79.99. You think that I'm not gonna play that game day one because they want an additional $10 from me? That's what you think? Absolutely not. I'm paying them $80 and I'm playing that damn game day one. So it all goes back to it. If you're a fan, you're gonna buy it. You're gonna find a way and get it done. And it's something that we do with everything. Sneakers, everything. There's some Jordans coming out. If you're a fan of those breads, if you're a fan of the Gammas, what you gonna do? You're gonna save up your money and you're gonna end up buying those damn Jordans. If you're a fan of the Cement 4s, list goes on and on. You're gonna buy it. If you're a photographer, you're into that. There's a certain camera that you want. You're going to save and you're going to buy that damn camera. It don't matter if it's $1,500. You're going to go buy it. That's just what it is, bro. A lot of people are buying the new Nintendo game. The new Switch. I'm not buying the new Switch until they come out with the OLED. What I'm hoping is that new Zelda game does not come out before that OLED comes out, because they're almost going to force me to buy the damn Switch to be able to play that new Zelda game. because I'm gonna play it day one. But I'm hoping that it don't come out before the OLED comes out. Cause I don't want to buy 2 Switches. I don't want to do that. I want to buy the OLED one when it comes out. And hopefully Zelda comes out after the OLED. So I won't have to, be kind of like forced into making a decision. I don't want to. Where we at? Who's that? What's going on there? I can't see nothing. Yo, shout out to my brother Michael West in the building. You understand what I'm saying? Coming through with a 5-bomb up in here. Yo, Mike, I appreciate you, my brother. What if PlayStation releases a game and said PC, you can play this day one for an extra $10.99? Ooh, I like that idea, my brother. That's a nice one right there. Let's call up PlayStation. They need to hire your ass, Mike. That's a good one right there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think people will go for it though. People not gonna go for it. They're gonna be like, what? You want what? I ain't paying no damn $10 extra to play a game on PC day one. I ain't doing it. Put your damn game over here at the regular price. And we'll go from there. Yeah, people on PC, they're not going to go for that. But that is a good idea, though. That is a good idea. But yeah. Appreciate that, my brother. I've seen no hype for the Switch 2. Me either. There's apparently supposed to be a Nintendo Direct in the coming week or so. So let's see. Maybe they start showing some first party games. This game gonna have a Cyberpunk 27 type moment. I feel it. Which one? Mind's Eye? This is Watch Dogs Legion. Rematch between this Thursday. Oh yeah, I told you about Rematch. They doing another beta, so if y'all haven't signed up, go sign up. And you could potentially get in, and you could be playing Rematch. I believe that's this weekend. I hope I get in the beta. Oh yeah, you probably get in, bro. If you was in already, you probably get in again. If PlayStation stop consoles, I might quit or go to Nintendo. Oh, okay. I mean, listen. You could always go the dark route and plug in your PC on your TV. And you could just use it almost like if it's your console. Remember, Steam got big picture mode. You put it on big picture. Whenever you turn on your PC, it goes directly to it. And you could be with your controller. You could be with your control, and it almost won't feel like you're on a PC. But you're going to get that experience, that feeling like a console and things like that. So, you never know, bro. Until you get it, and then you see what it is. And then you're like, oh. You're like, oh. Only if you have a good enough rig. Your rig has to be good enough to get that feeling. Because if it's not good enough, and you being a gamer that likes to play AAA games day one, and with great frames and looks great, you gotta save some money. You gotta buy yourself a good enough rig. I'm telling you, I every time they come out with specs, we starting to see it. Look at Spider-Man 2, bro. Spider-Man 2, to get full ray tracing and all that, you needed a 4090. So think about it. You should be done with gaming. You should be done with gaming, Michael West. Why are you saying he should be done with gaming? I don't get that. I miss Concord, man. The gaming community failed it. Yeah. Concord was good, bro. That's what I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? Like, Concord was good. You just need a squad with you. But the gameplay was good, bro. Yeah, the Concord's gameplay was tight. Facts. Day one, I'm paying $80 for Wolverine. There you go. You see what I'm saying? Everybody got their preference. Everybody got their preference. So, when you see these people getting mad at what Randy said, you know, if you're a fan, you'll get it. You'll find a way and whatever. We are proving his point to be correct. You just said that you pay $80 for Wolverine. Raph said that he'll pay $100 for the next Zelda. You know, C Fresh, day one PlayStation 6. What if PlayStation 6 is $750? He wants the PlayStation day one. Okay. So everybody has their preference. What you're willing to put a little bit of extra money towards. So yes, there you go. We are proving Randy's point to be true. If you're a fan, you're gonna find a way. You forgot about Wolverine? I'm going to laugh when GTA 6 Ultimate Edition is about $200. Yeah, and everybody ends up buying it. Exactly. Exactly. If Concord had all PlayStation IP as the characters, it would have been a success. The community only cares about nostalgia bait. Yeah. But I kind of agree, though. Them characters were kind of... They were kind of stiff, bro. They kind of iffy. Like, bro, you could have done a better job with those characters, bro. Like, they could have done a better job with those characters. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. They could have done a better job. It wouldn't have gotten all the hate it does. So why in your previous podcast you said Microsoft can't acquire Rockstar Take-Two? Because Take-Two has not come out and said that they're for sale. They haven't not come out and said that they are for sale. So why would Microsoft even try to attempt that if they're going to get shut down at the door? It will flop on PC. Oh, that Michael West thing, that Michael suggestion, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. People ain't going to pay no $10 extra to play no PlayStation first party game. Absolutely not. PC players are broke. People like Gifted are a vast minority on PC. Facts. We've seen all the charts. I brought you all the charts. We've seen what the most popular GPU is. We've seen what the most popular screen resolution on PC is. We all know what it is. We all know what's happening. We see the charts. We see what the games that are being played the most are. We know what's happening over here. But people will pirate it. And I don't think it won't be worth it. They still gonna make money. Cause people pirate, but not that's not everybody that's pirating. You know what I'm saying? Yes, you're gonna get, of course, but that's not everybody. That's why they made. If that was the case, PlayStation wouldn't have made $650 million on the PC market last year, if that was the case. So it's not everybody. But yeah, it hurts it. Absolutely. That's too much work. PlayStation, I would need to spend Plus, I would need to spend $5,000 or more. If you want the best of the best, if you want a 5090, absolutely. But yeah, I've been seeing some 4090s on eBay and some 5090s on eBay. The price is kind of, I guess the demand is starting to dwindle down, and I am starting to see like the prices are coming back to normal, right? I've seen some 5090s, like the Tough series, at like $2,200. Some was at I saw one at like $1,900. A 4090, I saw a 4090 at like $1,200 or $1,300, I believe it was, or something like that. So, and I saw a couple, not just like one, like I saw a couple of them. So they're like, oh, they like the demand is starting to like come down, I guess. Nah, Randy wasn't wrong. He just couldn't say it as a CEO. Yeah. But me personally, I would rather him just say that. Like, I don't take no offense to it. I really don't care, because it don't matter. If I want to buy the game, I'm going to buy it. Whatever he chooses to say. Or if I don't want to buy it, I'm not going to buy it. It don't even matter what the hell he said. It is what it is, bro. The decision is ultimately going to be up to you. Are you going to spend the money or not, bro? Like, forget him. Are you going to spend the money or not? Don't you want to play the newest Borderlands game? More open world, better gameplay. Like, they've added so much to the game. The game looks fire. If you're a fan of Borderlands, you're not gonna buy it because of what he said. Like, forget about him, bro. Nobody paying attention to his ass. Where Borderlands at? And go enjoy the game. Who cares, bro? Well, why y'all agree that Nintendo's making a PC port? They're not stupid. To ruin their brand like Xbox and PlayStation. Let's see where Nintendo ends up. Let's see where they end up at with the Switch 2. Let's see where they end up at. You don't know. They might not hit the mark that they were going for, like in their second year being out, or their third year. Maybe they don't see the type of sales that they wanted to. We don't know, bro. We don't know. But if Rockstar's is up for sale, why would it destroy Microsoft? You got to rewrite that, bro. I don't understand what you're saying there. At this point, it doesn't matter. What Microsoft buys is all going to be on my console day one. Facts. Like, they spending all that money. They're the ones that gotta deal with the consequences of that. I'm good. I really don't care, bro. I really don't care. You know? Show me the damn game. Bring it to me. And that's gonna be it. I don't care what studio it's coming from. Who made it? Is the game good? Is it fire? Then I want to buy it. And I want to play it. I've seen this trailer. I believe this is like the first game out of India. Like a first big AAA game out of India. And it looks sick. I don't know where I saw this trailer at. But yeah. Kind of looks like Wukong though. So it kind of look kind of fake. I'm not gonna lie. It looks fake. But there needs to be some type of game like this. Where, you know, with the whole Indian culture and things like that. Woo, that'll be sick, bro. But yeah, this game looks kind of fake. I'm not gonna lie. This look kind of fake. Let's see what we got. At this point, it's Rockstar. Okay. I got my PC on my OLED TV and monitor. It's fire switching between them. It's not a big deal. Also, there you go. You see, you could switch it and you could put it wherever you want. It don't gotta be a monitor. You don't gotta be sitting at a desk. You could plug it on your TV, and you could enjoy it. All you gotta do is buy yourself a wireless keyboard, a wireless mouse, small ones. Keep it right there on your little stand in your living room or whatever. And that's that. You know, it's gonna take it's gonna take some getting used to, a little bit, you know, but I feel like it'll be worth it. I feel like it'll be worth it. There's a chance Nvidia might focus on AI and drop gaming. Yeah, I seen that, Fresh. I seen that. I read about it. And yeah, there is a chance. There is a chance because where Nvidia's trying to go, you know, gaming might be holding them back. If you take a look at where Nvidia like is trying to go, like gaming might be holding them back, bro. So I could see that. I could see that. Okay, so cause someone said Hip Hop Gamer said Nintendo's working on a PC port, and then y'all going to believe that PlayStation games going to Game Pass. But first of all, nobody said that PlayStation games was going to Game Pass. I don't know where you got that from, but I didn't say that, and nobody here said that. Two, yeah, we still gotta wait and see what it if that Nintendo game that he was talking about actually goes to PC. So we gotta wait and see, bro. We gotta wait and see what happens. You know? But he did mention a lot of things that I brought to you and showed you in your face. Like, here, look. And it's happened. So we just gotta wait. If we're about to see technical advances in gaming, Nintendo will keep up. Yeah, my guess is it'll end up third party. Seems best. Yeah, Nintendo is not into they told us already that they're not into these whole technical being the leader in technology, and they in their own lane. They know what they offer to what crowd. Like I said before, like I said last week, like Nintendo basically took the job of bringing in kids into gaming. Like that's essentially like almost like what they are. You know, let me introduce you to video games. Come here. Like from when you were like very young. As you get older, of course you might grow out of it and you know work your way up to Xbox, work your way up to PC and PlayStation, and there you are. You're off, you know? You're now a teenager, a young adult. You want to play other games. There you go. But Nintendo took you from the moment when you were like 4 years old up until they had you for like 10, 14 years. You know what I'm saying? And then you go off, but then there's always a new baby being born. Every day. There are new babies being born every day. So that's what I'm talking about. They kind of like took on that job. Like, let me bring you in, and eventually, if you want to leave, then go ahead. But we're safe. We're safe enough that you could bring in your kids. So I don't see Nintendo. That's why I don't bring Nintendo into this whole Digital Foundry talk when they over here trying to compare it to a PlayStation 4 and which one is better. It's okay to show off comparisons like side by side, but when you start talking about, oh, it's better, this one is better than that, like, I don't get into all that talk because that talk wasn't here before. Everybody was saying before, Nintendo's gonna be fine. They're gonna sell. It don't matter. Sales. I was like, bro, there ain't nobody talking about sales. The hell you talking about? Sales. But now, since the specs have come out, some images came out, now they want to start comparing it to these. Like, no, get out of here, bro. You said sales. It don't matter. Whatever they do, they're gonna sell. They're gonna get their numbers. So it don't matter. So let it be that. It don't matter what it looks like. It don't matter if it's not better than the PlayStation 4. It don't matter. That's what y'all was saying before. So don't change your tune now. All y'all talk about Nintendo is money. That's all you talk about Nintendo. Money. And I've always said, why is Nintendo not being questioned about nothing? Remastering all these games over and over and over again. Oh, Nintendo gonna do what they gonna do. They get their money. So they don't really, okay, so let it be that now. Not that the Switch 2 is coming out. Let it be just that. They're gonna get their money. Let them be. That's why I don't do those comparisons and which one is better. Oh, don't spend $400 on a Switch. Just get a PlayStation. I don't do all that talk. That's not for what? For what? You wasn't talking like that before. So for what? It don't make no sense, bro. But when the new Zelda games come out, are you gonna sit there and say, don't get a Nintendo, get a PlayStation? Like, what are we talking about? I want a AAA Fantastic Four game. That'll be sick. That'll be fire, bro. That'll be fire. Microsoft is doing the same with AI. That's why Satya's teaming up with Jensen. I'm telling you, bro. He's teaming up with Jensen, bro. They're working together. I keep telling you. They had an interview side by side. Satya Nadella and Jensen. Side by side, talking about AI. What we doing together. The way Nintendo has been moving as of late, I wouldn't be surprised. This is not the same company as the last generation. Facts. Like when they did that whole Nintendo Direct. With all those third-party games. I'm like, bro, why does it feel like they're catering to the older crowd instead of catering to the younger generation, which they've always done? Why do I feel that? You know? And wait, cause I saw a game. Yeah, I said, yo, this isn't Nintendo, bro. This isn't Nintendo's way. So what is going on here? I found that very weird. I found that very weird when Nintendo did that Direct. It was more for the adult crowd instead of the kids. So, and I don't like that they did that. I don't like that they did that. Because that's not their crowd. You don't need that. You know, but, you know, they going to make their money off these third-party publishers. So, like I said, man, money talks. Money talks. You know? But Nintendo will lose so much money just like how PlayStation's losing money. PlayStation losing money how? Losing money in what way? Then keep Nintendo like it is, not become like Xbox. Gifted, you gonna buy 2 Nintendo Switch 2, bro? OLED gonna come in Michael, I'm not buying 2 Nintendo Switches. I'm trying to buy one, which I want it to be the OLED. That's why I'm saying I don't want Nintendo to come out with the new Zelda game before they come out with the OLED version, because that's almost gonna force my hand to have to buy the original Switch 2 instead of the OLED, and I'm not gonna like that. I don't want to see these damn horror games. Why the hell that game look like? Them games looking like that. June 2025. Oh, these are games coming out in June. Okay. But yeah. Let me see how long is. Damn. But yeah. If that was to happen and the new Zelda game comes out before the OLED, I'ma just have to buy the Switch 2 LCD and just buy the Zelda game. It is what it is. I'm not gonna be able to buy the OLED. Facts gifted, Nintendo don't got the charm no more. Plus, as you said earlier, kids is playing Roblox and Fortnite. Yeah. My opinion, Nintendo needs to be investing heavily into new IP similar to Astrobot. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Think about an IP like Astrobot on Nintendo, bro. You know, like, and that's why I keep telling you. That's why PlayStation is so like appealing. Is they are so advanced as well with the hardware and everything that comes with it. You know, they're up within the technology of today's world. That's why I always tell you the story about my daughter. It's like she got a Switch, but she don't play it. And then when Astrobot comes out, she grabs the controller, she feels the haptic feedback, the adaptive triggers, the speaker on the controller that you could hear when you walking, you could hear the footsteps. When you're going through stuff, you hear it on the controller. Like, it's so immersive. Like, she just dives into it and she don't want to come out of it. And Nintendo don't have that. Like, they need to try to advance and do something like that, but they don't do it. You know? So, but like they said, they keep making their money. So who are we to fault them for not trying to do things like that? I don't know. They make their money. Nintendo's Nintendo. Their IPs are massive, are still massive. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, Molly. I agree, bro. I agree. You know? They lost Concord and closed down studios. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Until we don't add up all the money that PlayStation has lost from closing all those studios, canceling all those live service games, buying up Bungie, we got to add up all this money that these people have invested. And then you go to the financials and you look at the money that they made, the record-breaking numbers and things like that. You got to offset that because there's also being money spent at the same time. So we got to add up all that money that they spent on all these studios, all these games, and try to see where we land at as far as how much money they actually made. Now, there's a lot of money that they've been wasting, bro. Yeah, Firewalk had a horror game in the works. Yeah. They're not falling off. People are still buying Pokemon. People apparently are not too happy with that new Pokemon game that they showed, first of all. Okay? In case you didn't know. People aren't too happy about that game. I forgot what it was that they said. But the time that they showed it, they were like, what's that? What is that? Yo, Lunchi, what it do, my brother? Yeah, I hope you enjoyed your born day yesterday, my brother. It's going to be fire. Death Stranding 2. Facts. You already know we got that pre-order locked and loaded. We in there day one. Halo fell off. Gears fell off. Fusion Frenzy fell off. Fable. Don't dare talk shit about Nintendo IP. Yo, Jay's crazy, bro. Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. How long are we gonna keep playing Mario and Zelda? It's true. These kids, they're not really playing them games like that no more. You know? So it's gonna be interesting, bro. This Switch 2 is gonna be interesting, bro. And we are only a few weeks out. And then let's just wait, because only time will tell. You know, obviously, every time a new console's coming out, you know, it's hyped up, it's coming out, it's the latest thing to come out. So of course everybody's gonna get hyped, everybody's gonna be excited. Rightfully so, you know, but it's like a movie, you know, when the movie comes out that opening weekend, everybody's hyped, everybody goes, but that's it. The second weekend comes, the money starts to go down. The numbers start to go down, you know, week after week that the movie's been out. It's the same thing, right? We're gonna see the first time it comes out, it's gonna be hot. But it's that second year, it's that third, it's that fourth year, right? Not even the second year, whatever. It's that fourth year, that fifth year, you know, that sixth year. Now we're gonna start seeing, you know? We need new IP. That's what PlayStation was giving us. But nobody want to buy nothing. You know? Like I said, I'll be done with gaming by the time PS6 hits. Why? Why will you be done with gaming by the time PS6 comes out? That's around the corner, my brother. So you don't really play games. What games do you play, bro? What games are you currently playing right now? What new games are you looking to buy? Name me 3 games that you're looking forward to buying. Bro, PlayStation is success. Yeah. Oh, you talking to Jay? These Pokemon games are dropping off, bro. I haven't played a main Pokemon game in a while. Yeah, and apparently Pokemon gamers, they were kind of upset in that direct where they show that new Pokemon 8 A to Z or whatever it's called or whatever. People weren't Pokemon gamers weren't too happy about it. I don't know if y'all knew. But they weren't too happy about it. I don't know what's going on. I haven't played a main Pokemon game since Nintendo 64, which was Pokemon Stadium, which is absolute straight fireness. But I haven't played a Pokemon game ever since. I used to love Pokemon Stadium. New Halo, new Gears, and Fable for the Xbox Showcase. Let's see. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about Halo. Gears, they need to show a gameplay. I don't want to see another CGI trailer from Gears. So if they coming up in here with another CGI, I'm good. I'm gonna shut that down. And Fable, we need to see what's going on, and they need to come out with a date or an official release window. I don't think we have a release window for Fable. All I know is that they delayed it, but they need to come out with a release window or a release date. And the same thing goes for Gears of War E-Day. They need to do. some sort of like gameplay trailer or release window or release date. Then I don't want to see no CGI trailer and then that's it. I don't want to see that. Cause I'm gonna get on their ass if they do. Most of these games in that showcase needs to be with a release window, a release date, or official gameplay trailers or something. Cause the last year's Xbox showcase was a bunch of third parties, and the first parties that they did show us was a bunch of CGI trailers with no release dates or nothing like that. So they better bring it. Ghost successful. What Ghost y'all talking about? Tsushima? If y'all talking about Tsushima, yeah, it is successful. Yes, it is. Let's see here. Okay, Wolverine Intergalactic. So what you talking about? You gonna stop gaming, bro? Wolverine Intergalactic, Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers. You know? What you mean, bro? Yeah, they did, Molly, with that whole God of War stuff. Yeah, absolutely. You want to see Blade and the Wu-Chang game? Oh, the Wu-Tang game. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you talking about Tsushima? Yeah, Tsushima, come on, man. Tsushima was very successful. Very. Yeah, they always have good showcases, and then they come out and nothing. Yeah, I know. I feel the same way. That's why I'm saying those games, they need to show either a gameplay trailer, a release window, or release date. You already came in here last year with a bunch of CGI trailers, no release dates, and a bunch of third-party games. I ain't trying to see that all again this year. I'm not trying to see that again this year. Where's State of Decay? Okay? Where's Perfect Dark? Where are all these games at, bro? Fable. Come out with a damn release date. Gears of War E-Day. Show me some footage. Halo. Where you at? I believe the game is called Everlast. Where's that game at? What was the other game I was thinking about? Clockwork Revolution. Where the hell is Clockwork Revolution, bro? We haven't seen anything about this game. Where's that game at? Perfect Dark was straight CGI. All facts. But I can't wait for Perfect Dark. I can't wait. I can't wait for Perfect Dark. Perfect Dark is going to be lit. You think Wolverine is coming out next year? 2026? That if they do pull that off and they come out next year, 2026, bro, I'm gonna have to. I gotta give it to Insomniac, bro. If they able to pull that off, right? What games have Insomniac come out this generation? Ratchet and Clank, Rift Apart. Miles Morales, I believe, right? Miles Morales, Ratchet and Clank, Rift Apart, and Marvel Spider-Man 2. Were the 3 games. Yeah. Wait, let me see. Yeah. So Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2, Ratchet and Clank, Rift Apart. So in this generation alone, Insomniac has come out with 3 games already. We are only 5 years. In the 5 years of this generation, this studio has managed to come out with 3 games. And if they come out with Wolverine next year, we would have 4 games this generation from Insomniac. 4. Okay? 4. We're gonna have to we're gonna have to have some serious conversations over there at Sony. You understand? 4 games. Where the hell is Naughty Dog? Where the hell is Santa Monica? Where you at? Where you at? Y'all the big dogs over there. Where you at? My goodness, bro. My goodness. This is absolutely disgusting, bro. The hell you at? Does 33 get better? Because so far not that into it. I will Expedition 33 is the game of the year. If you're not into the story, you gotta be into the story. If you're not into the story, then you're not gonna be into the game. Cause it's about that story. You gotta understand the story, what they're trying to say, you know, and things of that nature. It's kind of like a movie, bro. It's kind of like a movie. So if you're not into the story, then chances are you're gonna get bored because you're not gonna care about the characters. You're not gonna care about what's going on. So you're just gonna get bored. Xbox been getting carried by porting to PlayStation. Facts. 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 Mm-hmm. Imagine if they would have never gotten hacked. If they never would have gotten hacked, we would have been seeing gameplay by now from Wolverine. We would have been seeing gameplay from Wolverine already if they would have never gotten hacked. Who knows? Maybe the game would have came out this year. Who knows? So imagine that. So that's what I'm saying. If they somehow manage to bring that game out next year, I gotta give it to them, bro. I gotta give it to them. That'll be 4 games, bro, within the first half mark of the generation. Or somewhat. right? Because obviously it's gonna be next year, but whatever. I will have to give it to them, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. How long have they been working on Wolverine now? They announced it back in 2020. 23. I believe that was in the 2023 showcase that they announced it. That doesn't mean that's when they started working on it. They announced it in 2021? That's crazy, bro. If it was 2021. Oh yeah, for sure I'm streaming. Absolutely. You know we in there. Facts. Wolverine to finish off the gen. That'll be something nice. You know? So that'll be nice. That's why I'm thinking they're gonna come out Wolverine 2027, bro. I believe they're gonna come out Wolverine 2027. I don't have smoke for Santa Monica. They gave us that fire-free DLC. Nah, I got smoke for Santa Monica. I got smoke. I got smoke. They've been working on that sci-fi game since 2018, my brother. We in 2025. Where you at? Where you at? 2018? And you haven't said nothing? You haven't showed us nothing? Where the hell you at? Where you at? I got smoke for they ass. And they asses better be in that showcase. Because I got something for them. I got something for them. They better show up. These are facts. You understand? Facts. And Xbox is fixing to carry the whole generation. Since y'all want Nintendo to have PC ports. Oh, snap. Yo, this guy is crazy, bro. Yo, Jay crazy, man. Yo, what you talking about, my brother? What you mean? who over here talking about we want them to have a PC port? And nobody, we don't want nothing. I'm just telling you what's out there. I don't want them to do anything. I don't care. Team Asobi, Insomniac, the top two studios, and Housemarque. Team Asobi, Insomniac, and Housemarque are top three right now over there. Housemarque, it gave us basically the game of this generation. And 2021, 4 years later, they announced a new game, show us new gameplay, and the following year, they're coming out with the game. So now Housemarque is going to have 2 games in this generation alone. Where everybody at? Where you at? Where everybody at, bro? You going to have a busy month? Facts. Oh, yeah. June is about to get crazy, bro. Yeah, it was 2021, same time as Spider-Man 2. Oh, yeah. It was the same time as Spider-Man 2. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I don't know how far along they were when they announced that game. It must have been very, very early stages when they announced that game. You know? Sony probably just went out their way, bro, and was like, yo, look, we doing a Wolverine game. We don't care if it's early. We want to show you. Okay. Yeah, it's 2021 showcase. I'm into the story, just not the combat, but it's whatever. I'll finish it. The combat is fire in N33. It's turn-based, but it's a spin. It's different. It's like, you know, they revamped that whole system, bro. It looks, the gameplay was fire to me. We need new IP for the kids. We got Astrobot. It only sold 1.5. Out of 78 million console gamers that we got, PlayStation owners, they only sold 1.5. Did factions slow Naughty Dog down? Who knows, bro? At the end of the day, I can't really answer that question like 100% because who knows what really happened, you know? I just believe that Naughty Dog is a big enough studio to have certain people working on certain games at simultaneously, you know, and they don't seem to be doing that. Like, now all the excuse goes to, oh, but we was working on factions, so now we got to start doing this, that, and the third or whatever. Like, nah, bro. And when did that's why I'm starting to think like Intergalactic is somehow gonna move over to 2027. Cause did they ever mention that Intergalactic was coming out 2026? Was that ever like said or anything like that, or no? I'm bugging out. Or I'm bugging out. They never said anything. Okay. So we're just assuming that somehow it's coming out 2026 by the fact that the way Sony does things, right? They don't show things without it being, let's say, 18 months to release and things like that. So that's just what we're assuming. So the way Neil Druckmann is moving into the entertainment space, who knows what the hell's going on over there? Didn't Neil Druckmann just say that they finally got into the play mode? Like, they actually finally got to do some gameplay of that game or something like that? So you telling me they just got to that stage of the game, that they are now actually like getting some gameplay in? Oh, okay. You was mocking Molly when you said that? Oh, okay. I got you. Astrobot 2.3. Yeah, I know. Just recent. Yeah, they just got there. They just got to 2.3. 2 million should have been out the gate. The first 3-4 months should have been 2 million copies. What such a banger like Astrobot was. Out the gate. The first 90 days, that game should have sold 2 million copies. Or something like that. I think 2027. Nope. Okay. Apparently, he's been playing it since the first reveal. Okay, so we should be seeing some gameplay this showcase, if that's the case. This showcase in September, because I believe that's when it's going to be. We should be seeing some intergalactic showcase. I mean, gameplay. We're definitely going to see the Housemarque Saros game because they told us already, which I like. You understand what I'm saying? This is how I like things being done. Saros, Housemarque came out, showed us the game. Let us know. We're gonna have some more gameplay for y'all next in the coming months. That's it. Thank you. You done your job. I'll see you in a couple months. Housemark, thank you for the information. So now we have in concrete that sometime this year we're gonna see gameplay out of Sad Rose. Thank you. You got Neil Druckmann's number? Nah. I knew. I know. I was just hoping you did. But if you somehow get in contact with his ass, can you tell him to come out here and let us know when we're gonna be seeing some gameplay out of Intergalactic? Please. And can you call Corey Barlog? You know who Corey Barlog is? Yeah. Oh, okay. Y'all know each other? I see them in the office time to time, but I don't really. Oh, okay. When you see him, can you just bump his shoulder for a little bit? Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Oh, you Corey Barlog, right? Yeah. They calling for you. That where you at? Where I'm at? Yeah. They said where you at. And you haven't been out here in these streets for a very long time. For a very long time. So they said, where you at? You been working on that game since 2018? Corey? Which one? The sci-fi? Yeah, the sci-fi one. That one. Yeah, yeah, man. Where you at? Where you at? 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. How many fingers do I have up? Okay? How many fingers do I have up? Is that 7 fingers I have up? Have you been developing this sci-fi game for the last 7 years and we haven't heard, we haven't seen anything? You haven't shown us anything? Where the hell you at? This generation's gonna come and it's gonna go. We haven't even seen a damn game out of your ass. Where you at? Where you at? You at? Where you at? I'm telling you, man. This is out of control. This is out of control. Neil Druckmann was hurt with a golf club. Sorry to hear that. What you mean? Like now? Recently? In the past? When was he hit with a golf club? If he did, I'm sorry to hear that. I truly am. Are we getting The Last of Us 3? Do you want to finish the damn story? Can we get answers to that? That new IP that you're working on, that you said that you taking a more executive position and things like that. What's the name of that game? Can you give us an answer to that? No? Is Intergalactic somewhat done? Is it 50% done? Is it 65%? Where you at as far as Intergalactic? Do we know anything? No? Okay. I'm just asking. Okay. Where Corey Barlog at though? Where he at? Sony Bend over there, Bend Studios, talking about they was too scared to give them Days Gone Part 2 sequel. Where they at? Where they at? Nobody told you to be scared. Go up there. You got a successful IP. Go up there and show them what you got. You don't know what they're gonna say yes or no. Where you at? Where you at? We about to wrap it up, people. We about to wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. Do I got anything else? Nah, I think we done. 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 Let me see before we head out. Wait. So Capcom, I'm gonna leave this for tomorrow, but just let me show you, so in case y'all wasn't aware. So Capcom, I am gonna bring this tomorrow, the article, but I'm just gonna show you. Apparently now Capcom PC now makes up the lion's share of digital game sales, with a substantial 30% jump in annual PC gaming sales, and this is the FY24 results. You got a 46.7 million digital total, with PC bringing up 28.2, which is 60% of that number, and the consoles being at 18 million, which equals up to 40%. So we got a 60-40 split. PC getting 28, consoles getting 18. I'm just saying. We're going to bring that article tomorrow. I'm just saying. Make sure y'all tune in tomorrow. I'm just saying. Last of Us Part 3 ain't coming out until PlayStation 6. Yeah. That's coming out, yeah, like 2035, bro. Yup, 2035. You want to see what the next 10 years of gaming? Last of Us Part 3, 2035. No, that's Capcom in general, Mike. That's Capcom in general. Every game under the umbrella. 46 million digitally, okay? Digitally. PC is making up 28 million and console makes 18 million. So that's a 60-40 split. Tune in tomorrow. We're going to talk about that. But yeah, man. I appreciate everybody who pulled up tonight, man. Thank y'all so much. Hopefully y'all had a great time here with me. Those of y'all who always keep the chat alive, which is something very important. I appreciate y'all. Those of y'all who smashed the like button, I appreciate it very much. Subscribe to the channel if it's your first time. Share out the stream. Click on that link that's pinned at the top. That's for memberships. We offer memberships over here. So make sure I go ahead and do that. Those of y'all over on Twitch, man, I appreciate y'all. I was planning on doing gameplay tonight, but this stream went on for a little bit too long, so I'm not going to be able to do gameplay tonight. I will shoot again tomorrow and see what happens tomorrow. But yeah, stay tuned. Keep it locked in here. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. There's a lot coming in. There's a lot going on. And your boy Gift is here to cover it. You understand what I'm saying? It's straight facts. It's just like that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just here to bring you my truth, my opinions, as real as I can. You understand what I'm saying? Facts. But anyways, man, shout outs to everybody who's in the building, all the members, everybody who tuned in today. I appreciate everybody. Make sure I smash the like button. And with that being said, it is your boy, the gifted one here, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to catch y'all on the next one. I'm gone.